Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the hearing of submissions on Dunedin's draft future development strategy, and we'll commence proceedings this morning with a karakia. Thanks, Hawani.
Whakatakta hau ki te ura, whakatakta hau ki te tonga. Ki mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tā. Ehi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he au, hei, te hei, mauri ora.
Thank you very much for that. And just before we hear from our first submitter, do the officers have anything for us this morning? ORC? No. DCC? No. Good. Thank you very much. Thanks for circulating last night the questions that we addressed to you yesterday. That's great. So if we carry on doing that, that's perfect. Right, the first submitter we have this morning is Mr. Tom Calvin from Somerset, who's coming in on Zoom. We hope.
Thank you. I've got some video available if I can. Very good. Good morning, all.
Yeah, good morning and welcome. And Mr. Calvin, I see you've summarised some speaking notes, which is very helpful. We may not have had time to read through those, so if you're happy just to read through your speaking notes, and then we'll see if we have questions for you, if that suits.
Yep, that sounds good. And also thanks for letting me do this via online. It's very helpful. Thank you. Good morning, all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to Somerset's submission on the draft Dunedin Future Development Strategy. For brevity, I'll call it the draft strategy from here, or the draft FDS. By way of introduction, I'm Tom Calvin. I'm a Senior Development Manager for Somerset, and in my role, I manage Somerset's new developments from before we acquire land for a new village through to the start of construction on site. I appreciate there have been many submissions yesterday and you have further submitters to hear from today, so I'll keep my presentation as brief as possible, and I'll presume you've read our submission, which speaks in more detail to the technical matters of the draft strategy. Firstly, today though, I'd like to just summarise and introduce Somerset and what we do. So Somerset is New Zealand's second largest developer and operator of retirement villages, which makes it one of New Zealand's largest home builders. In fact, in March 2023, we were ranked second largest residential builder by value behind Fletcher's. Somerset has a proven track record over 30 years in building and operating high quality comprehensive care retirement villages. I'd just like to draw your attention to the distinction between comprehensive care retirement villages and lifestyle villages, as it is relevant to the context of the future development strategy. Somerset builds new comprehensive care retirement villages, which means a continuum of care is provided on site, as opposed to lifestyle villages which may have minimal or no care provided on site. Given that care component, comprehensive care retirement villages attract an older cohort, with Somerset's average age on entry into our new villages at about 79 years, and that age increases to more like mid-80s once a village has matured. Somerset's minimum age of entry is currently 70, and lifestyle villages, on the other hand, typically cater for a younger, more active cohort aged 55 plus. With that in mind, another characteristic of comprehensive care village is the need for a critical mass of units to be feasible and sustainable. We've seen an unprecedented increase in the rate of aged care bed closures across New Zealand since the COVID-19 pandemic began. And this has been compounded by a decrease in the planned provision of aged care units by large comprehensive care operators, largely due to the underfunding of care by the government. The provision of new comprehensive care retirement villages is vital to addressing the aged care crisis that is unfolding in New Zealand. This is relevant in that to build new comprehensive care retirement villages, we are increasingly requiring larger greenfield sites. Somerset are typically building villages of 9 or 10 hectares in regional areas of New Zealand. Our planned Mosgiel site, which is one of our most recent purchases, is an example of that scale. We all know that New Zealand's population aged over 70 is projected to significantly increase in the coming decades, and Dunedin is not immune from that statistic. There is going to be an ever-growing need in the next 30 plus years for retirement villages and aged care to cater for that rapidly growing elderly cohort. At the same time, largely through the lack of planned capacity of zoned and serviced land, and due to the impact of new national policy statements and standards, it has become more difficult to acquire suitable land for our villages. This has meant that we have more often needed to resort to acquiring land not currently zoned for retirement village use, and we have sought to rezone that land through private plan changes. Those processes delay the provision of care and homes for our elderly and ultimately increase the cost of developing a new village. Then turning to the future development strategy, overall Somerset supports the direction of the draft FDS to ensure adequate housing capacity is available for the next 30 years. However, Somerset has some concerns about the draft FDS. Firstly, the provision for the need of an ageing population. Whilst the draft FDS recognises the trend for a significantly increasing elderly population in Dunedin over the next 30 years, it does not specifically recognise how the need of this demographic will be met, other than noting that there are special consenting pathways for additional densities. Furthermore, the draft FDS recognises additional work planned to explore the housing needs and requirements for an ageing population, which we've been involved with subsequent to our submission. However, this needs to be included into the draft FDS to ensure the draft FDS appropriately caters for the needs of an ageing population in the short, medium and long term. A key challenge can be finding sites that are of sufficient size that can meet the unique needs of elderly residents while still allowing residents to age in place by being in urban or urban fringe areas. Aged care housing challenges are not unique to Dunedin, but the draft FDS needs to better recognise and provide for how it will be addressed. Somerset seeks express inclusion of the identification of different types of housing options that need to be delivered as part of the increasing supply, including aged care housing. A clear link between projected increases in the proportion of Dunedin's elderly population in the short, medium and long term, and the projected supply for aged care housing over those same periods, thereby clearly identifying the expected shortfalls in aged care housing supply. And lastly, details on the unique requirements for delivery of aged care housing in terms of locations and lot sizes. The need to recognise greenfield development is a key part of delivering housing supply. Appropriately, the draft FDS recognises as part of its 2GP update that there is provision for several housing options to accommodate the variety of housing needed by the community in the short, medium and long term, and that delivery of housing will be best achieved through a combination of both intensification of existing areas and greenfield development in new growth areas. The draft FDS also sets out a considerable reliance on intensification of medium density zones over the next 30 years to help meet the needs of the growing population. And to my understanding, that's over half of the 22,800 units. Intensification can provide for the efficient use of land and significant environmental and housing affordability benefits. Somerset is, however, concerned that there is an over-reliance on the delivery of housing supply through intensification that may not be realised. Accordingly, the draft FDS should carefully consider the extent to which reliance is placed on intensification and delivering housing capacity in the short, medium and long term in Dunedin, whether more housing supply may be required to be delivered through greenfield development, and if so, whether that influences the timing, cost and funding approach for critical infrastructure enablers in the region. And lastly, I'd just like to touch on the lack of viable alternatives for funding and financing mechanisms. So growth in the Dunedin region will not only require an increase in housing capacity, but also the necessary infrastructure and services to support these developments. The draft FDS acknowledges Dunedin has a number of issues and constraints within the Three Waters network. Some of the constraints are widespread and significant work is needed to address them and to provide the future development capacity. Accordingly, Somerset considers that the draft FDS needs to provide a clear strategy as to how it plans to fund the delivery of infrastructure, both in terms of mechanisms and timing for areas considered for long-term growth. In addition, there should be express inclusion of the important role that alternative private funding options provide in delivering infrastructure. For example, the reference to the use of the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act 2020 should be included in the draft FDS. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Calvin. We'll see if we have questions for you, Councillor.
Thank you for your submission. I just wanted to ask a query around the overall model that you use with regards to lifestyle type developments versus the comprehensive care villages, and just understanding the feasibility and sustainability model. So what I'm trying to get to is whether that model fits into an intensification model in any way, shape or form.
So to give you, I think I touched on it, a full comprehensive care village that Somerset provides, we typically need 9 to 10 hectares to get the critical mass of independent living units that make the various levels of care within a main building viable. So if we were looking at say a brownfield or intensification site, we generally just can't find the sites large enough to make providing the different levels of care within main buildings viable.
So the options for, amalgamating titles and over time, collecting sufficient land, would you suggest is in the not quite the impossible scenario, but extremely unlikely in most urban areas?
It is difficult because you'd be committing funding into areas that you have no certainty of selling or no certainty of when you could actually realise or deliver units. We're also seeing the demand already there. So in Dunedin, we've been looking for 4 years before we purchased our Mosgiel site. It's just that difficult to find sites. And then, for example, our Bishop's Court village, we've got, I think, a wait list of 100 people, and there's 100 units in there. So to go down a route of kind of land banking and hoping that we could, in the future purchase neighbouring sites to get that, sufficient land size, it's probably doesn't fit with our business model, I would suggest.
Are you able to split between the built environment and the amenity environment, and just using your perhaps more recent developments, just to get an idea of that split?
From an area perspective, or
yes, from an area
density?
perspective on a site. So
okay,
the rough percentage of built infrastructure versus amenity or green space, or the balance, I suppose.
Yep. Okay. So hopefully I can answer your question properly here. We've across a village in a regional setting, we would target a density of about 28 villas per hectare. So I don't know exactly what sort of split that is. I think it's usually a site coverage of around, I think that tips it over around 30 to 32%. I'd have to come back to you on specific figures for that, but we definitely find in more regional villages, particularly I can use our Mosgiel site, for example, we've got to commit 1.4 hectares of our site to stormwater modelling. So as policy changes and there's more impetus on satisfying environmental impacts and the like, we definitely have less and less developable area that goes to built form and more that goes to preserving things like natural wetlands or sustainable stormwater infrastructure. I hope that answers your question somewhat.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. Thank you.
Andrew's pretty much asked the question that I was going to ask, and you've answered in terms of your model really requires a greenfield site. And so in terms of that greenfield site, you haven't mentioned anything in terms of infrastructure when you're looking at these greenfield sites. So what's your view on that, which is obviously important for the FDS?
Ideally for us, we're turning up to a site that's got infrastructure readily available, but we appreciate that's not the case in New Zealand, and we're increasingly finding that we're having to rezone land and go through providing, or often it's not unfamiliar for us to enter into a private development agreement with councils to bring forward infrastructure and then offset that against their development contributions. So like I say, ideally we would get on with our job, and that's delivering aged care housing, but we are not oblivious to the fact that, and particularly given that we need that larger land space, that we often do have to work with councils to either provide a temporary solution until the ultimate infrastructure can be delivered, or alternatively we can work with councils to deliver that infrastructure.
Thank you.
Over the next 20 or 30 years, how much space do you think you require from a hectare perspective based on your modelling of need, if you're going with greenfields?
Do you mean to
accommodate the need over the next 20 to 30 years? How much space we actually need?
In Dunedin as a whole, I
Yep.
couldn't tell you that off the top of my head. I could come back to you on that base. We have projections and understand population and things like that, which tell us whether there is a demand or not, which we know there certainly is, and we can do that over the next 30 years. I just don't have that figure in terms of hectares to kind of tell you today, but I can come back to you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you can come back to us. And if you're going to do that, can you also come back with an expectation of the types of locations or places that would best suit what is required? Thanks.
Yeah, I can do that. And the other thing I can just mention there is whilst we say we prefer the greenfield in these more regional locations, there's a benefit in releasing. So, for example, a 10 hectare village, because of the density that we build at, we typically find that releases about 20 hectares of brownfield or existing stock, basically nannies and granddads moving from their 4-bedroom quarter-acre block home into our villages. And basically, if we have 300, 400 residents and possibly more, that's a hell of a lot of housing. So there's also, it's not that well picked up in the FDS in terms of the benefit of aged care that it has on intensification and releasing that stock for younger families as well. So I can give, when I come back and say, here's how many hectares we need in greenfield, I could also give you some information about how much brownfield stock that would possibly release as well.
One other thing you could possibly do for us then, I've sat as a commissioner on quite a few retirement villages and including hospitals and those sort of things. We are going through a peak over the next few decades of elderly people requiring places to retire to. What do you envisage happening with that glut that will come on the market in 30 to 50 years? Or will we have sufficient ageing population to always keep those filled? Really looking to ask a question about repurposing if we have too much stock available.
Yeah, it's a good question. It was one of the first things I kind of queried when I moved into the retirement village space. From what I understand, and the data suggests that there will be no, we will get to our peak in say 30 years and then it will plateau. So the idea is that we would have a population that would continue to use and utilise the accommodation that we have for aged care, but there would be no decline that we would ultimately need to repurpose.
Thanks, Mr. Colvin. I've got just do a math question first. You said 10 hectares was basically the minimum requirement for an effective operation, and then did you say 28 units per hectare? Was that correct in those two? Yeah,
of net developable area.
Oh, so that's not the 10 hectares necessarily, right?
Yeah, so
that comes up to like 280 units.
Yeah, that's right. So we have different main buildings with different accommodation options and amenities, but typically we find our villages get a little bit too big if you're going more than say 240, 250 independent living units. So that's like a semi-detached cottage or villa. And then we have different accommodations options in the main building. But yeah, we find if we get too much bigger than that, then it's very hard to find the land. And B, we kind of over capitalize on our main building. So we don't want to have in our common amenity spaces like lounges and things like that, we don't want to have a critical mass that outgrows that main building.
Cool, thanks. And then my next question is, I assume then that, as you described it, the model is that these are standalone units or semi-detached units that are probably 1 story, but no more than 2 stories high, spread out over the site.
That's very typical for our regional model, yes.
So, and that's the question, I guess. When you use the term regional, are you based on population or are you based on density? Because Dunedin has a spatial plan which is for a compact city. And my question to that is, in larger population areas, let's say Auckland or Wellington, do you ever do multi-story developments?
Yeah, we do. When I use the term regional, that's typically anywhere outside of Auckland. Auckland is typically where what we'd call our metro sites, which we go up to. I think St. John's would be 6 stories, apartment complexes, so no cottages or villas. And we typically find elsewhere in the country that apartment style doesn't necessarily fit with the vernacular or resonate with our elderly residents as much. That most places we go, particularly Christchurch or Dunedin, we find elderly are moving from a single level or 2-story, so they like to kind of keep within that same type of living if they can.
Do you have numbers on that analysis that you could provide to us?
In terms of what
you've done
typologies?
With the population and asked for their preferred housing requirements. Well, just to your comment that you said that you felt that people in this area preferred to have a standalone single-story accommodation.
Mm-hmm.
What's the underlying numbers you have for that?
We don't necessarily have numbers from a Dunedin survey, but what we do have is dozens of villages across New Zealand, which we interview our residents and constantly seeking to provide more or make sure that what our offering is in tune with what their demand is and what they need. So whilst I don't have a specific number for Dunedin, we know that typically the age that we're at now, they much prefer moving into that single level or double story level rather than an apartment.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Thank you, Tom. Something about this sort of development in supermarkets which make planning very difficult, because in many ways you want this land that you buy to be zoned, but you don't want us to necessarily zone land before you purchase it, because that is equally problematic. It makes planning really difficult. I mean, because if we zoned it, you'd have a whole lot of competitors going for potentially the same land, and it puts up the value and various other things. If I compare your Dunedin Somerset, which was effectively school land that was no longer required, I think you've got a whole lot of units on that, plus a multi-unit building, which I think houses the hospital and the higher care. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that's the same model that you roll out everywhere, that you have lower but high intensive units, but a building that would be that high care can be quite multi-leveled. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So we would have these villas and cottages surrounding a main building, which would then have memory care. So that's for dementia specifically. Then we've got serviced apartments, so not still independent, but kind of needing a little bit more help with meals and closer proximity to amenity and the like. And then we've got care beds and suites, which end up moving into more of that hospital level care.
So
that's typical for a main building on all of our sites.
And so the general residential doesn't meet your needs because A, you're more intensive, and B, you potentially go up higher than would generally be typical.
Yeah, the density thing is, although I understand it's changed slightly under GR1
Yep.
for density, but the height thing, we will often have a 2 or 3 story main building, which you would see in our Bishop's Court. I think that's 2 story. I could be wrong. And then Mosgiel, it's still to be determined what we use there. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. I think the one for some reason I thought Somerset was a wee bit taller than that, but I may have that wrong. Sorry, the one in Dunedin. Look, your old school site. We had a submission yesterday about Te Kaika, which is equally a school site, oddly enough. That seemed to be the greenfield sites that are easier to do in urban areas in Dunedin, because we had a whole lot of schools closed on us. What I'm not, and I'm just wondering what the tools are that would work. I mean, it's fine to say that we need to provide for it, but how do you provide for it is actually the problem here. You can say you need it, and I'm not wanting to zone land for it necessarily, because again, it's having something that a pathway that you can work with councils to get land that you want to develop into that, rather than a plain change. Is that what you're wanting?
Essentially what we're seeking is a specific tracking and identification of land needed for elderly housing, because it's okay to say greenfield and brown intensification sites as a generic for population increase, but we all know that elderly housing is a very specific and unique typology and requirement, and like it or not, we call it the silver tsunami. It's coming, and we're already seeing that insatiable demand. Like I mentioned, our Bishop's Court site, we've got 100 beds there, and we've got a waiting list of 100 people. We've been trying to get into Dunedin for 4 years and have only just been able to find a site that barely works for us. So I guess what we're saying is we'd like to see a specific approach and strategy in documents like the FDS that target how councils will,
or would it be enabling a way to develop those? I mean, so I am going to compare it to Kaika, because it's actually a very similar health model, although that's more people coming to the health side. But it is having that community of need and having that wraparound services that goes for aged care. They've gone for something that's called suburban. Yeah, suburban zone, which is interesting. Yeah, and actually, I think this is, and someone had suggested earlier that there should be a health zone, and I'm just not quite sure. I'm just teasing those things out of my mind. But again, just confirming, you don't want us to find that land necessarily. It would be about you finding, as the private investor, the land, and then having a pathway to getting the zoning appropriately.
Our preference is to have zoned land that we can turn up and build, whether it's us or Ryman or whoever our competitor is. Ultimately, it would serve council better to have that land ready to go, so we can turn up as aged care providers, not infrastructure deliverers or people that specialise in rezoning land. But that's just the nature of what we've had to do to make these things work. But yeah, I guess we can give you as much information as we can to let you know what types of land and parcels we need to make it work. But there would be, we would certainly be happy to turn up to sites now that are rezoned and basically turn up and ready to go.
And the typography of that land would have to be presumably relatively flat.
Yeah, we do, just the nature of our residents, particularly in that, lifestyle village. They could possibly deal with something a little bit of a higher grade, but we we tend to find 1 in 20 grade is about as much as our residents can handle. And there's obviously some residents which are more active than others, but yeah, we try to make sure everyone can have access from their villas or wherever they're situated and be able to circulate around the village as they need.
And last question, as you made an interesting comment very early on about in place, they like to stay in place. And at the moment, a lot of this development happens on greenfield sites out in Mosgiel because that's where the greenfield flats land is. But what is the demand if a person lives in a community and keeping them and retaining them in that community? Is a reluctance to move away from one area to quite a substantial distance away one of the factors that you have?
Yeah, certainly is. If we can deliver where we see that main target catchment, that's the ideal. Like you say, elderly people typically don't want to be moving. Often they've been there their whole lives or close to it, as you know. So that change is quite unsettling. So if we can have that infrastructure or ability to deliver aged care housing where people live, that's ideal. Unfortunately, we just aren't able to find the sites suitable.
So, Mr. Kelvin, I'm an independent hearings commissioner, and like Commissioner Langsbury, I've sat on hearing panels for retirement villages around the country, including Selwyn, Napier, Waikanae, and a few others. So I'm familiar with the issues you've brought to our attention this morning. Various panel members have asked you to provide a little bit of further information by way of homework. I'd just like to add to that. In terms of what you're asking us to do, it would be extremely helpful if you could provide the precise wording changes to the draft FDS so that the offer brought to us Wednesday afternoon next week. And it'll also help us to see the precise wording that you're after. So if you're able to do that, that would be extremely helpful. And for that to be of any use to us in this process, ideally we'd have that done, if you can, by end of play tomorrow, Friday, or end of Monday at the latest.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep, I'm sure you've got planners at your disposal who can do some wordsmithing for you. And just in terms of the precise changes you're seeking, concise and short is always better than long and verbose.
Yep, understood.
Great. Right, Mr. Kelvin, but thanks very much for coming in this morning, and thanks for your presentation and answering our questions. I think you can see from the range of questions that this is a topic that's of interest to the panel, so we thank you for your time.
I appreciate everyone's time. Thanks very much, Commissioners. Cheers.
So the next submitter on our list is Preen's Dry Cleaning. So good morning and welcome. And I understand you're going to speak to the submission, and you've pre-circulated evidence as well, haven't you?
Yes, that's correct. And I just want to apologise on Rick Wellington's behalf from Preen's Dry Cleaning. He's unfortunately woken up and isn't very well this morning, so he thought that he would just leave it to me, which is fine. No, if it's okay with the panel, I was hoping just to read some of his comments just on his behalf.
Yeah, look, that's fine. We've pre-read the material that's been circulated, so you don't need to reread any of that out to us, but you're very welcome to highlight key points, either from yourself or from what your colleague was going to say to us, and then we'll see if we have questions for you.
Great, thanks. Kia ora koutou, everyone. I'll reintroduce myself. My name's Chris Pearce-Smith. I'm a senior planner at SLR Consulting in Dunedin. I have over 5 years' experience of planning in the city. And as we know, I'm here to speak on behalf of Preen's Dry Cleaners. It's great that you've read all the material and the evidence we've prepared, so I won't go through it all again, but I wanted to reiterate, I guess, some of the key points the submission and the evidence. Hopefully it's relatively quite concise and clear what we're asking for. It's not too detailed in terms of that, but as we previously mentioned, Preen's dry cleaners own a site at 289 and 299 Castle Street, which is on the State Highway opposite the campus zone. I think it's one of the university colleges. And they prepared a submission requesting changes in the FDS around the prioritisation of wastewater infrastructure upgrades. Currently it's identified as a long-term infrastructure upgrade area in the draft FDS, and we were very interested in seeing that reprioritised to a much shorter term for reasons that I'll briefly explain. So I think just to explain some of the background and perhaps why Preen's was interested in submitting was that they have a live resource consent application with council. It's been in with council for a couple of years, but was faced with some challenges from Three Waters, and the crux of those issues really being that they were 3 bedrooms over the residential density limits for the inner city residential zone for their new apartment building that they were wanting to effectively construct on their site. I think it's important to note that while they were 3 bedrooms over the permitted density limits, the council had at that stage recently imposed a new rule allowing for applicants to go above those density limits as a restricted discretionary activity to I guess effectively try and make that more enabling. So that was really well received from our clients, and they were quite happy about that, and hence we rolled into that situation where we lodged that resource consent on that basis. So in terms of I guess our response to the council officer's report, we were a little bit disappointed in the I guess just the inclusion of a new infrastructure constrained mapped area over the ICR zone. We don't really see that as a meaningful solution to the issue at hand. The current long-term time frame for infrastructure in Preen's view and in my view is unacceptable, particularly in a central city location that's 200 metres away from the new hospital. It's amongst the university campus, large-scale university hostels, as well as centre zones and commercial zones. And then, therefore, in our eyes, it should be a priority over newer greenfield and increased intensity of suburban residential areas on the outskirts of the city, particularly given the direction of the 2GP, where it's trying to promote vibrant centres, the direction of the MPSUD, which is encouraging building in, not out. And we think this area, this ICR zone particularly, is a really key area in Dunedin in terms of establishing that interface between the commercial areas and the residential zones. The ICR, in our view, is Dunedin's true medium density residential zone, and I think that those provisions that I talked about, where the council was enabling higher densities as a restricted discretionary activity, was essentially a tap in that direction, that we want to encourage more higher density growth in those areas. I'll just finally, I guess, cap this off with, if it can't be reprioritised for shorter term infrastructure upgrades, then we believe that interim options need to be made available for developers in these situations. It's a shame to see this level of investment in new high quality residential housing in these areas be effectively turned away or disincentivised because of old ageing infrastructure that's potentially up to 30 years away from being redeveloped. So I guess from a city perspective, we see that as a really, I guess, a scary outcome. So that's really all I wanted to prioritise from my end, and that's a bit of a summary of the planning evidence that we've provided to date. If you're happy, I might just roll off a couple of Rick's notes on his behalf.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
So Rick really just wanted to add that Preens was encouraged with the recent variation to the district plan, and I believe he's referring back to this, not variation 2, but the changes to the ICR zone where the 30, the higher density as a restricted discretionary rules were added. They saw that as a promising opportunity to address the shortage of quality apartments in close proximity to both the university and the hospital. Despite their efforts to address concerns raised by Three Waters during their resource consent process, they were disappointed to receive a negative response, and they firmly believed that the proposed solutions that they put forward, or the application they put forward, was viable. The strategic connection between the new hospital and the university suggests a growing demand for housing in the vicinity. With anticipated increases in student numbers in the future and the location of a new hospital, we feel that this should attract professionals to the area, and there is a clear need for additional residential options in this area, i.e. through higher density housing. And finally, Rick from Preens just wanted to emphasise the importance of inner city residential zoning as a vital connector between the CBD, hospital and university, and he urges that council prioritise infrastructure upgrades in this area to facilitate the implementation of the new densification rules and unlock the full potential of this important zone. Thanks.
No, thank you for that. I'll see if we have questions for you, Kate.
Interesting issue. So we've got a land that's in the inner city residential. We want a compact city. You've asked us to ensure that those areas that are in the ICR, I think your client has scheduled work put in so that they can do that. The response is, oh, we better put a constraint over that, which isn't actually responding to your submission per se, is it? It wasn't your submission, and it's a response that it's going to be a scope issue to a certain extent, potentially. The other point of that is, can I just understand the cost? You could delay. It's hard because, yeah, we're playing telephone tag as we did yesterday. The cost of reducing the building, but providing that it may be extended when the wastewater comes in, I presume is greater than offering an alternative solution in the meantime. Is that how it works?
Sorry, could you just rephrase that?
The development could potentially go ahead now at, is it 11 bedrooms? I may have that numbers wrong, with 3 less bedrooms, and maybe built in a way that you could add those extra bedrooms later. What you're asking for is instead to invest in the short term with a detention system of some sort that would add to the costs. I mean, it's an interesting mix that those losing 3 bedrooms doesn't work as well as having a detention mechanism, and I'm just understanding those cost differentials.
Yeah, so I guess to answer the first part of the question, Sorry, to answer the first part of your question, I guess the feasibility perspective is it makes a big difference for them being able to viably undertake the development if they can only, for the economic yields, if they can only get so many bedrooms. I understand your question about potentially framing the building in a way that they could get more in the future, but I don't fully appreciate the ins and outs of that, but I know we did investigate that, and it was something that was quite tricky and didn't really make a lot of sense at the time. With the on-site attenuation, we saw that as a short-term solution, not an ideal solution, but a short-term solution in the absence of, having opposition from Three Waters, but that was we had a number of ongoing discussions, and that was quite quickly dismissed because council was concerned that they didn't have control over how the operation of that, despite us trying to prove, shown experience with Preens obviously operating a dry cleaning business. They're quite familiar with, the ins and outs of water flows.
Was it intended that Preens would continue operating on that site?
Yes, at a smaller capacity. They were going to retain that existing small commercial thing and a small sort of self-contained component in a similar spot. But it was from memory, it was sort of just a pick up and drop off rather than more of a processing. It currently is very small scale. It's not their main operation. It's just a sort of a customer interface at the moment.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I guess my other question, when you talk about as you're sitting there in that zone where the city is looking towards intensification, do you think you stand alone as the only developer in the area that's probably suffering, being impacted by this?
No, I would certainly not think so. I know. I'm trying to think of examples in the ICR. I can think of other situations in other zones, not in the ICR, where we've had issues with the density and wastewater constrained mapped areas, and we can understand that. But I think that one of the things that Rick wanted to sort of emphasise was that he's actually not really aware of many newer apartment buildings actually being built in the ICR, and we do wonder whether that's because the potential the yield that they can get is just not viable with the current density limits, particularly if they can't use these slightly more permissive ones because we're being hit with infrastructure issues. So yeah, I hope that somewhat answers your question.
I think so. I just wanted then, can I paraphrase that to say that you maybe just coming here to suggest that infrastructure constraints are actually inhibiting or getting in the way of delivery of desired planning outcomes?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Mine probably is an officer's question, and you've alluded to the fact that the new hospital build is only less than 200 metres away. So obviously there must be some infrastructure upgrade that's happening with the hospital, and so how does that impact this? And then also the existing hospital is obviously not decommissioned, but it obviously has less use, so less need for their wastewater and water infrastructure. So I'm just wondering in terms of capacity, what the how that affects your site.
Yep, so can the officers add that to the list of matters they'll address in their end of hearing report, please?
Can I just add, we would love to know that as well. I think that's one of the things, I guess, from our perspective that doesn't quite make sense, how we're going to provide for this infrastructure. I understand that it's not a capacity issue, it's to do with the age of the wastewater infrastructure under those roads, not necessarily along Castle Street, the state highway, but further down on Anzac Avenue, which serve as a catchment for the wider city. So it seems like quite a significant issue to be overcome in the short term rather than leaving it for 30 years down the line.
Thank you. Hey, thanks for the submission, Chris. Just honing in on the interim solution. I know we're dealing with long-term solutions, but we're also dealing with shorter-term solutions as well. But the on-site detention wastewater regime, are you able to share with us where there's an example of a binding legal agreement between the private landowner and operator of such a plant or such a system, where it clearly sets out the responsibilities for that private landowner to operate the system in a particular way? Are you able to get your hands on an agreement like that and submit that to us?
Yeah, that's something I can investigate. Off the top of my head, I can't give you a specific example. I know that and we're talking about retirement villages. I know that it's quite common practice for retirement villages to often have a slow release of their wastewater, where their upgrades might not have quite met those those more out areas. That probably isn't really relevant, but it's something I can look into, and I'll have a discussion with the project team. Preens would probably have examples of some sort of attenuation, whether it's wastewater or stormwater that they've dealt with before. So I can get back to you on that.
Thanks. When you said Anzac Ave, just a question for staff then, is that the central interceptor that has been referred to, which would be a very old pipe? Yeah. The staff, I want to put that question to staff, is that the actual cause of the restriction? And then can also get from staff, has the council's policy on on-site detention changed over the years? Because I get the feeling that it's now in a position where on-site detention is not considered to be a desirable outcome. just get that again. Thanks, enough.
Just a couple of questions from me. So looking at your evidence at your para 5.2 in terms of the time frames that you mentioned in the second sentence, were you referring to table 5.3 of the draft FDS when you wrote that?
Sorry, what section of the evidence were you referring to?
Paragraph 5.2.
Yeah, look, sorry, I can't remember the exact provision, but I was more, I guess, referring to, I guess, figure 25 does show that inner city residential area identified as long-term.
Okay. Maybe if you can, because you've got a little bit of homework to do for us, just reflect on the draft FDS as notified and have a look at table 5.3. I think that's probably the infrastructure funding and timing table that you're referring to in your evidence, and if you could just identify for us which portion of that table your initial request is to have amended, and in the event that that's not something that the panel decide to do, because we may have a lack of information on the implications of that, particularly in terms of what that means in dollar terms. You did mention interim solutions, and panel members have asked you about that in terms of wastewater detention tanks, etc., which I'm familiar with. They're used around the country in a number of other areas. So could you put some thought to what precise wording changes to the draft FDS you think would be appropriate to enable that option to be considered in the future? In the absence of the major infrastructure upgrades being advanced in time. And just repeat what I said to the earlier submitter, concise is better than long in terms of wording.
Sure, and so just to be clear, the wording changes that you're seeking were in relation to just the on-site attenuation, inclusion of that, of some means.
Whatever you feel is appropriate. Sure. When you were talking about interim solutions, whatever you had in mind when you said that, just what wording changes you would like to see to reflect that.
Sure.
And of course there's no guarantee that that's what it'll end up in, but it's very helpful for us to see the exact wording that would give effect to what you're asking for.
No, thanks for that. I'm happy
That's great. And again, timing-wise, end of tomorrow is great. End of Monday is the bottom drop-dead deadline.
Cool, no worries.
Great. Thanks very much for coming in.
Cool, yeah, no, thanks very much. Thanks to the panel for hearing us. Appreciate it.
Right, our next submitter is Murray Grimwood. Good morning and welcome. Thanks for coming in. We've read the submission that you lodged, so you don't need to reread that out to us, but you're very happy to highlight key points for our benefit, and then we'll see if we have questions for you. And these mics, so just whenever you want to talk, you need to push the little button at the bottom, and when another panel member or someone else is talking, that'll cancel out your red light, so you just need to keep pushing that button every time you want to talk.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of my grandchildren, on behalf of theirs and theirs. I don't expect to be listened. I don't think this structure is probably capable of understanding or reacting to what I'm going to say. Nonetheless, I'm going to say it because I feel I owe it to them. Western civilization, as we know it, including this city, was built on fossil energy. It's a one-off bonanza on this planet. There is nothing that takes its place. The time frames you are talking about transcends its absence from us. You are therefore looking at building infrastructure during a period you can build it, for a period when you won't be able to maintain it unless you're very careful about what you're maintaining it with and for. Without fossil energy, we will be doing about 15% of the work. Admiral Rickover worked that one out in 1957. Of the work that fossil energy gives us. No city of the throughput of Dunedin, the material throughput, has ever managed to exist ex-fossil fuels. The most we managed in a very dreary way was London getting close to 1 million people pre-1800, and none of us want to live that way. The default position with renewables will be we will be doing an awful lot less. We will be valuing solar capture because that's the origin of all renewable energies, right? Hydro, wind, they're all solar in origin. Solar capture per person and per building and per area will be the criteria, which means stacked up buildings with lots of people in them only get one lot of sunlight on the one roof. Therefore, they're inappropriate beyond fossil fuels. Almost all the infrastructure you have in CBDs, where people have gone in and up, are going to be abandoned or let to decay beyond fossil fuels. And exponential growth versus depletion of a resource tells you that fossil fuels will be gone by 2050. We're already into the last half, the worst half. You can tell that because we're down to fracking and tar sands and the rest. So if you're planning wisely, you're planning for an exodus from built-up CBDs. You're planning to retain your food production area so that you can feed the people that were in it and come out of it. And there'll be a lot more people involved in food production. In your Taieri, I got up in the Silver Peaks Council as a member there in 1987 and said there shouldn't be one more house on the Taieri. It's been a sin what we've done out there. And I think somewhere along the line you have to acknowledge that growth, physical and economic, chewing up a finite planet, has to be seen in the rearview mirror. And the sooner we do that, the more chance our grandchildren and theirs have of some kind of access to what's left. It's a general overview. It has ramifications for everything you've done, and I think quite politely, everything you're doing here will just get wiped out by it. It's so much of an overview. There you go.
Thank you very much. I'll see if we have questions for you. Can't remember which end I started at last time, but I'll start at this end. Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Murray. It's been a while since we've locked, not in battle, but you touched on productive land or highly productive land, and part of the criteria, obviously, with this process, just putting all your other thoughts to one side for a moment, but part of your submission is around ensuring the preservation of those productive lands, and you make the point that Mosgiel, for example, in and around Mosgiel, there's been a lot of development on productive land. But if you look at the city and you look at growth over time, how else could have the city grown knowing the constraints that urban Dunedin has in terms of developable opportunities? I'm just interested in your thoughts.
Back in my Silver Peaks days, we identified the land that was what we called politely crap and allowed people to build this. The bottom line for that, we decided, was the ability to deal with your wastewater in winter. And we came up with 5 acres or 2 hectares as a rule, and that's where all the Blueskin Shoulder subdivision came out of. I'm not even sure that we want to be thinking that way. We need to be thinking in terms of solar gain per house, if you're talking residential. And I think back to the old quarter acres, single-storey house on a quarter acre is looking far more habitable beyond fossil fuels than anything else. Productive land, I see we are beyond an era of export, and so we're into an era of feeding ourselves, and without the Haber-Bosch process, which is half of the feeding of the planet at the moment. That's fossil fuel based, natural gas, you tell me. I think our prime productive land, we owe it to the people the 100-odd thousand people to feed them, and some kind of leadership needs to be shown. And I think the Taieri is the prime piece that needs to be saved. After that, it descends in order of importance to me. There you go.
Thank you. I'm just trying to wrestle in my own mind. So you're saying that the way we should be planning is that people will leave the urban cities and move out, but we need to retain our highly productive land and have food resilience. So I'm just wondering, how do we plan for people moving out if we're keeping the land, and you're suggesting quarter acre sections as an ideal, probably minimum. I'm trying to, how do you balance the two?
Good question. I suspect we'll see a reversing of the tide we saw as fossil fuels allowed us to live in urban settings with all the energy being done, all the work being done by something else. And so if you look at a reversal, that goes back to the land, the reversal of the last 150 years. And I suspect the nodes of villages that made sense in the past will get refilled again. The little hub nodes like the Middle Marches and the places that were a day's travel from, or were on a confluence of rivers or valleys. I suspect they will be infilled as hubs, working with local land as the food source. That's my guess.
Really appreciate your presentation. And I've spent a lot of time trying to explain the dry year power generation issue to lay people, seeing how I know enough about it to be dangerous, and are aware from the point of view of historically the Taieri was a swamp, and a climate drained that, and it's currently maintained through the main drain and pumps that require electricity. I'm not saying whether I have confidence in the government having enough power for the country by 2050, but if those pumps were off for some time, it's going to revert back to a swamp, and we may be able to harvest tuna and waterfowl, which may not be a bad thing, but that far out, that highly productive land that you're referring to may not actually be that usable, considering the amount of flooding. Can you respond to that?
I'd be more worried about the fact that Momona's only about a metre above high tide level, and if the Greenland melt continues at the rate it's going, then it may well be that we have saline issues. Nonetheless, in the foreseeable future, it's the best option we have. Otherwise, we're in panic mode. As to maintaining the grid, it's a pity that city fathers were allowed to review that we still didn't own Waipori, because it is local, maintainable, and it would be the most fantastic thing we could have given where we're heading.
And produces $7 million a year of electricity a year. I just went and checked that out the other day. Two questions. When you talk about planning and everything else, can you just comment on Dunedin spatial plan and a compact city and the national policy statements on highly productive land and the protection of the Taieri?
The highly productive land thing is there's a difference in my mind. I only think about feeding New Zealanders. The exporting I see is gone. I see world trade is pretty much gone beyond fossil fuels. I don't see it being the way we do now. I think that was a blip, a one-off blip. In terms of spatial plan, getting solar gain to houses is everything. And we already know that the suburbs that are cheapest are probably the ones that get winter dark. And we know where the chasms are, like the Woodhorse and so on. And I think that differentiation will be exaggerated in the future. Anything that's north facing and gets the sun, and anything that's not shaded by the neighbour, is going to be at a premium. I live in a passive solar house. I live off grid. I've done it for 20 years, and I live on a minimum of 300 watts solar PV. Right, so I'm one of the local experts in living on not much energy. But I'll tell you, you need to see the sun.
Thanks. I'm going to take a little bit of a side beam and come back. I'm a physiologist by training, and one of the things you're taught early on is the oxygen requirement of an animal goes down by the square of its size. In other words, an animal that's twice as big, it only has a quarter of the oxygen consumption because its surface area is so much smaller compared to its mass. And I had the good fortune to be able to tour the Polytech student accommodation down in Logan Park when it was built, and they were quite proud to be able to say that based on its construction basis it required 150 watts to heat those rooms a day, which was enough power coming from the person inside the room. So given that you can construct buildings that don't require solar energy to keep themselves warm because they can be of their mass well enough insulated, I'm just interested in your commentary that basically if we go into vertical and apartment living conditions, we'll end up with a cold and unheatable environment when in fact we're already building buildings that have quite low energy requirements if they're built correctly.
Your problem is the time frame left before fossil fuels leave us and the build replacement time of buildings. We're out of that window already. We're going to go through this whole bottleneck with 80% of the built infrastructure still existing, and you can't retrofit it to the Polytech standard. And yeah, just remember too that energy that's heating those buildings from those bodies is of course coming from the productive land, from the sun via the productive land, via the food to get into the bodies to get to heat the building. You know what I mean? You're still back to solar.
Yeah, which is protected by the NPS HPL, I guess, is get where I was going before. I mean, I think yeah, I agree. Thank you very much for coming in. We are on the same page.
No.
Well, Mr. Grimwood, no further questions of clarification from me, but have you had a chance to look at the recommendation report that the officers provided to us?
Ray, my one, no.
So in response to all of the submissions received, the council staff have prepared for us a report where they assess submissions and recommend changes to the FDS. I was just wondering if you'd had a chance to look at that.
No, was the one that covered mine?
Yes, and what I'm going to say to you is that in terms of some of the issues you raised, they've recommended a wording change to strategic direction 4.11, and I'll just read out the wording that they've suggested or they've recommended to us. They want to add a sentence to that strategic direction which reads, infrastructure is designed to be resilient in a future environment where alternative forms of energy and materials gradually replace fossil fuels. Does that go any way towards meeting your concern?
That goes a long way towards where I'm heading. Yes, thank you.
Right.
And if it's included in the final, then I'm very pleased. I do think it's a major step beyond what most of us understand, is how fast this is going to happen and how much we have to do.
All right, well, that's very helpful feedback, so thank you very much for that,
you.
and thanks for coming in this morning. Right, our next submitter is not scheduled till 11 a.m, so we'll adjourn until then. Resume hearing from the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board. Mr. Sims, good morning and welcome. So we've read the original submission that was lodged, so you're probably pleased to know you don't need to read that out loud to us, but of course you're very welcome to highlight any key points that you want to bring to our attention, and then we'll see if we have questions for you.
Kia ora katoa, Chair, panel members, staff. The Mosgiel Taieri Community Board welcomes this opportunity to have input into the future of both the Taieri and wider Dunedin community. I'll take the submission as read, but I would just like to make a few additional points, some of which were raised from the hearing yesterday. In terms of infill housing for Mosgiel, while the board does receive some feedback from the community lamenting the loss of old villas and the like, generally the feedback from the community is that the infill housing developments within the existing areas are favoured. They seem to be favoured by both the council and also by the buyers. So, you know, one of the things that we've looked at is that these developments in Mosgiel, where a villa is removed and perhaps 7 or 8 units are put on, sell very quickly. And they're favoured by both first home buyers and also by downsizers, and probably by people who see them as an intermediate step before they finally arrive at Chatsford. So, but one of our great concerns, and one of the great concerns I think that should exist throughout Dunedin, is that the incentive to buy historic homes and flatten them has been put in place by the council by this move for infill housing, without the necessary attention to the protection of these heritage structures. Now, from what I can see, there is a mechanism in place which is called the Schedule of Heritage Structures, but not a great deal of attention has been given to updating that and also adding to that, and I think that is putting several historic homes in Mosgiel at risk. There are some very significant larger properties within the infill zone in Mosgiel that would be a great shame to lose. So there must be some greater attention to protecting these structures. I think we've seen the example in Stewart Street as being an example of what could happen throughout all of Dunedin, where the incentive for a developer to buy a historic home and flatten it is just too great to be ignored. Alongside that, the board also and the community also believe that some careful greenfield development is also required. So the demand for housing in Mosgiel is not just restricted to flats and units, but there are also a large number of families, people moving back to Dunedin, people wanting to move to Mosgiel that need to be catered for, and that this needs to be catered for by very careful development outside of what we currently have available. We would reiterate that the infrastructure must be upgraded ahead of this rather than after. We also see the rapid uptake of the industrial land around Dukes Road in recent years, and that this has brought new industries and new opportunities to the area. Prior to making this submission, we obviously have been involved with the proponents of the freight hub. What I'd like just to do is just to alert the panel to this document here, and I'm going to talk to this twice today. This is the Dunedin City Integrated Transport Strategy for 2013. I think it would be incredibly useful for the panel to read page 57 of that report, which talks about the proposal for an inland port for North Taieri. And I will return to that report later. One of our greater concerns on the Taieri is the flood protection and resilience for the Taieri. I know there was some discussion about this yesterday. The board, in fact, was incredibly surprised to hear the regional council refer to the flood protection for the Taieri yesterday as being only intended to protect rural land. The oldest flood protection structure on the Taieri is the flood bank at Outram, which was built over 100 years ago to protect the township of Outram. And the Silver Stream Flood Protection Scheme was built in 1974 by the catchment board, by the Otago Catchment Board, and that was built for the prime intention of protecting Mosgiel from flooding. The board is highly concerned that many of these flood assets have not been maintained, and we will be pushing very hard this year for these assets to be maintained to at least 100% of their design capability at all times. In terms of essential infrastructure, I'd like to return again to the Dunedin City Transport Integrated Strategy from 2013. So that strategy contains, it was a 79-page document that outlined the future for the transport throughout Dunedin. And the number 5 priority that was identified on that list was the Mosgiel Centre Safety and Accessibility Upgrade. I'm not going to read it because I'm sure that you can do that yourselves. But that led, in this study, for that to be identified as the number 5 priority on the list. The Mosgiel community is extremely concerned that everything above that number 5 has been done. That includes the Eastern Bypass Freight Route, the Portobello road improvements, and a number of priorities below Mosgiel have also been done, which includes the shared path to Port Chalmers and the strategic cycle network. Absolutely nothing's been done about Mosgiel. The board and myself in particularly disturbed to see the lack of a bypass being then used as a reason to stifle potential economic growth on the Taieri. We don't think that the existence or the possible existence of a freight hub is the reason that we need a bypass. We needed a bypass in 2003 when it first appeared on the Dunedin City Council priority list, and we certainly needed it in 2013 when it was the number 5 priority of the Dunedin City Integrated Transport Strategy. We're 10 years beyond that, and we're still there. Now, we acknowledge the work of councillors and also to get this onto the Regional Land Transport Plan, but we are very fearful that that's where it's going to rest as it has before. So the need for a bypass for Mosgiel existed well before a freight hub was mooted. A freight hub should just be seen as an opportunity to fast track that process. The other part of infill housing that needs to be really highlighted, I think, is the need that places on the community to provide parks and recreation for these people. So, we're fortunate in Mosgiel to have a new pool. We've got an upgrade going on Dunedin Park BMX pump track, and we have a proposed redevelopment of the Memorial Park playground as a destination playground for that part of Dunedin. We think we'd like to submit that those are essential and go essentially in hand with much of this much more intensive development of our urban areas. In closing, I'd just like to say that we see the Mosgiel Taieri area as an essential part, fast-growing and essential part of Dunedin City, and we'd like this to be, we'd like Dunedin to be seen as a place where we've really got a lot more motivation and a lot more creativity, and the attractiveness of Dunedin can only grow in the years to come. We've been in the process of moving staff from Auckland to Dunedin. It's never been easier. And those people that have moved here cannot believe their luck. And I think that has to be recognised. Time to give up the self-deprecating campaigns regarding Dunedin and actually look at the whole city a lot more positively with what we have to offer here. And I don't think we've ever had a better opportunity than we have now to do that. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that. Kate, we'll start with you this time.
Excellent. Andrew, good to see you. I want to start out with your schedule of heritage structures, because we had a presentation yesterday from Southern Heritage along the very same point of protection of houses, and during variation 2 there was an attempt to put some protection in there, but it was then ruled out of scope by the Environment Court. So are you seeking that we feedback that we actually we need to, that probably is the easiest mechanism by which to achieve it, to go back and look at that schedule and update it and to see whether it's actually fit for purpose for protecting these houses going forward?
Thanks, Jim. I think what we'll be seeking is probably almost trying to add to that schedule of heritage structures and look for an opportunity for the community to play a part in that.
Yeah, and that'd be good if the staff can capture that particular request, because that's more or less what I was saying. When I meant go back and look at it, I mean actually go back and look at what's on the list, and does anything need to be added to the list, and is it actually fulfilling the purpose of protecting those buildings as we go forward, which I think is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, precisely. I mean, there's one particular property that always sticks in my mind, which is a magnificent home on Gordon Road, the doctor's home there opposite the Countdown Zoo. Now that's on half an acre of land. That is absolutely in the firing line for somebody to buy that and flatten it and put on 12 flats, which would be a tragedy for the community.
And then obviously heavy traffic bypasses is probably one of the most pressing issues, I think, for the community when you look at what's going down Gordon Road at the moment. It appears that Waka Kotahi is not as enthusiastic as we would like them to be when it comes to that, building that, because we'll need them either to develop it as a new state highway or at least put in the financial assistance rate for any work we'll have to do. Would you be up for getting a number on what we think it's going to actually cost to do that? Because I think at the moment we're lacking that piece of information, which I think is relevant, because it will be relevant to understand the target we'll be looking for if we're doing it to achieve it.
Sure. I think I think that that's obviously a critical part of it, but I think that number's going to be scary. That's when I think, along with a lot of people in the South Island at the moment, we're justifiably very concerned by some of the narrative we're seeing coming out of central government.
And that actually made it into the DCC's submission on the government policy statement on transport. Because as we went back to that public hearing that we had, that public meeting that you organised in Mosgiel 12 to 18 months ago, went through the steps of get it on the regional land transport plan, and the next case is then to develop the program business case. So you'd be pushing to let's get on with that and get that business case done so that we can understand what we're looking at, and therefore if we need to go towards central government, we at least know what we're asking for.
I think exactly, Jim, and I think what we'd be pushing for is that if there was any delay in funding the feasibility study by Waka Kotahi, that the DCC would pick that up and run with that. I think that the budget for that was around $300,000, if I remember right, from the RLTP. In the scheme of things, given where this is, I don't think that's an enormous amount of money to get that work done and at least establish where it should go and what it's going to cost.
My last question is around your request for greenfield residential development around the Wingatua area, saying that that's not particularly productive land and there would obviously need to be stormwater management in that area. Just want to compare that to then your request for industrial land, which is about basically a kilometre to the west and to the southeast into that industrial zone. Would you consider that to be also potentially good for residential growth as well?
I think that the area that we're talking about in the Wingatua area is predominantly already residential or very small lifestyle blocks, a lot of 5-acre blocks there. There's also a 300 unit rest home proposed or going ahead in that area as well. Whereas the Dukes Road, Steedman Road precinct is already zoned industrial on the other side of the road and therefore borders that. So it's an extension of the, I guess, existing residential zone in the Wingatū area. We see that as very suitable because it's elevated. It's already served by good roading. It doesn't direct traffic through the centre of Mosgiel, it's land. There's no productive size lots there. It's largely small lifestyle blocks with 2 sheep and a horse on it currently. The other area also, it already borders industrial land, which would seem the obvious place to grow there. The point that I missed before as well, if I could just harbour that, is that 15 hectare block of industrial land that's owned by the council currently, that there needs to be a great deal more urgency put on releasing that to the market, because there is demand for large lot industrial in Dunedin, as we've seen from your preamble to this committee. There's currently associated demand for large lot industrial units. We've got the DCC that owns a 15 hectare block of land that it bought under, not under duress isn't right, but it bought it to solve a problem with the owner of it. That should be released without delay.
And I noticed you said that you thought that that industrial area became zone industrial. You wouldn't see particularly any more heavy traffic activity through Mosgiel. But if it develops an inland port activity, what do you think the impact of traffic coming from State Highway 1 would be?
Ultimately, I think it would add hugely to the problem we've already got. So the problem's already been identified many times in the past. In the fullness of time, if an inland port was to be established there, we believe that it would have an impact on transport and miles if it wasn't fixed. And look, my view is that an inland port for Dunedin will benefit Port Chalmers, will benefit State Highway 88, will benefit all of Dunedin by rerouting traffic that would otherwise flow through Dunedin to there to then be put on rail and rail it through. It will benefit the environment. It will benefit all of wider Dunedin. The losers be the people of Mosgiel, unless the bypass issue is dealt with. And in that respect, that's the only key piece we need to make sure everybody wins. At that point, everybody wins, because we've already got an established need pass, and this is going to add to that. So, but if we get a bypass, then we end up ahead of where we are right now, and that's what we're looking for.
And I guess that sort of is where I'm heading this with these questions. For that activity to work, the inland port to work, and not directly affect the livability of Gordon Road, the bypass is an essential component of the success of that.
In the fullness of time, and I think that's initially this is going to take some time to develop, but at the moment, one transporter operator alone is putting 30 containers up the main street of Mosgiel. So that's freight that's coming into a hub on Dukes Road, is being put into shipping containers and then is being freighted through to Port Chalmers on the back of a truck. So that's 30 trucks that wouldn't go up Mosgiel if those boxes were being put on rail at the moment. But as it grows, then obviously the pressure coming into it starts to erode the benefits of the freight that's currently not going out of it.
So I have a scale question for you then. There's obviously activity on Dukes Road which is creating containers that are heading towards port. Do you currently without the heavy traffic bypass, would you support effectively a freight transport hub as opposed to an inland port? In other words, we've already got the rail spike there, an ability to put stuff on rail, but really primarily to service the industrial area in Mosgiel and that area, which is smaller than an inland port which is servicing North Otago and Western Otago. Northern Southland and Western Otago. Eastern Otago. Now I get it right. Northern Southland, Eastern Otago.
Look, I think the experts on transportation and freight are Kiwi Rail, the operators, the manufacturers, the Port Otago, rather than the Mosgiel Community Board. But I think the Community Board does see the wider advantage for all of Dunedin from a freight hub or an inland port. And the board also sees the advantages offered for employment and economic growth, not just for the Taieri, but also for wider Dunedin as well. But in terms of, it's well beyond my pay grade in terms of how that would be operated. But again, there actually is a very illuminating paragraph in that about the inland port, and that I really would urge members of this panel to read that, because I always see if a need and the benefits have been identified 10 years ago and they still exist now, then it's probably valid.
Oh, no doubt. And so my question really is that it's outside our FDS scope because it's not inside our area, but there is another proposed area for an inland port which would be further to the south. And so I really am asking you, would you be comfortable with developing an activity which may not end up being accompanied by the heavy traffic bypass if Waka Kotahi is not willing to fund it?
That would come back to your previous question about scope and quantum, and I don't know the answer to that. We've got 250 odd heavy truck movements through Gordon Road per day at the moment. If you sat there and said that's going to go to 500, then I think we, without a bypass, I think the community support would rapidly decline. If it was going to go to 270 and we had a much stronger case for a bypass than what existed before, then I think the community support would remain.
Thank you very much.
Firstly, declaring my conflict of interest as the Deputy Chair of the Otago Peninsula Community Board. Kia ora, Andrew, and just firstly wanted to provide a piece of clarification. You mentioned the Otago Peninsula Shared Pathway, and a lot of people think that project is finished, but actually the Portobello section through to Otako still needs quite a lot of work. And the whole point of that project from the Otago Peninsula Community Board perspective was making it safer for the communities and providing those linkages between the villages so that people could move safely between them. We may have had that ended up being packaged up in a manner that enabled central government funding to come through. But when I was reading through your submissions and thinking about the heavy traffic bypass, actually that's not that dissimilar a community safety issue that we dealt with on the Otago Peninsula. And I think there needs to be some thought given through this process on how we can ensure that it's packaged in a manner that will enable that bypass to happen, provide safety for your community. Or can you just let me know if I've captured that correctly from your submissions, or whether you have something to respond to in that manner?
Kia ora, Hoani, and thank you for the question, because I think you're absolutely on the money. And I think congratulations to you and your community board, because I think you've done a far better job than the Mosgiel Taieri community board in advocating to have that work done. So, I'm aware that there is an unfinished section beyond what has been done, but a great deal has already been done to address the issues that you do. And road safety is our prime concern on Gordon Road. At the public meeting that the board convened, which there were a number of people here that were at that meeting, we heard from a school principal who told us there's 3,000 school children in Mosgiel, many of whom cross that road every day. We heard from representatives of the elderly community who said they're too scared to go to use Gordon Road because of the risk of losing their door when they get out. It does cut our community in half, and in very much the same way that I can imagine what you were dealing with there. And I think, as I say, I think, when I see that, that was a priority on this report, on this strategy, and largely it's been completed while there is still the bit to go. And I think your community board advocating for that should be congratulated, because you got ahead of us. So thank you.
And I have one other question. I have another question with regard to What would you see as the preferred rapid transport linking Mosgiel with the CBD?
Well, not included in our submission, but one of our other concerns now is the future of the park and ride facility for Mosgiel, which we see as being essential for the Taieri. There is no bus service to Outram, there's no bus service to Ellington, there's no bus service to the airport. I think with good planning that the positioning of that park and ride is next to the old Mosgiel railway station and to the railway there, which would possibly add, give some future options in that respect. The express bus from Mosgiel to Dunedin has been a great success, and that has encouraged a lot more people to use that service. But the essential part, and the answer to the question, I think, is that the essential part of that jigsaw for us at the moment is the park and ride facility for Mosgiel, and for all of the Taieri, because that would allow somebody to drive from Outram to Mosgiel and get on the bus rather than driving all the way through to the university or wherever they're heading. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I am a member of the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board, but I haven't been involved in this submission, just for your information. Andrew, just if we follow, just keeping on this line of thought about the bypass, but also in terms of your reference to, Greenfields development, I think in your submission, ideally what you're saying is that you would like the infrastructure in place, whether it be for Greenfields development or for an inland port or freight hub, you'd like that infrastructure in place first before anything like that progresses.
Thanks, Cherry and Kiora. I think our position on that is that the infrastructure needs to anticipate these developments rather than follow them. And that there's obviously, the concern is prime concern for us is stormwater. So, and in answer to some queries that were raised yesterday, obviously the responsibility to deliver the stormwater to the Silver Stream or the O'Fero rests with the Dunedin City Council, and there have been some upgrades to some of the pumps and infrastructure there already, but that needs to continue, and in particular the pump at Reed Avenue, which has been slated for replacement for a long time but hasn't been done, needs to be done to support both infill housing and also to support greenfields developments. Equally as important is the maintenance of the Silver Stream, which falls to the Otago Regional Council. The Otago Regional Council are responsible for maintaining that waterway. Currently the Silver Stream can only cope with 63% of its original design capacity because of aggradation and degradation of the riverbank, and that information is lifted straight from a Regional Council document. The Community Board is absolutely passionate about getting that Silver Stream maintained to 100% of its original design capacity. It was designed in 1974. We face higher risks now than in 1974, and yet it's only operating at 63% of its original capacity. So that needs to be dealt with as well. There is a strong onus on the DCC to also improve its delivery of the stormwater to the outlets.
Thank you. And as you mentioned, you're obviously watching yesterday, and we asked staff some questions in relation to the Silver Stream that will come back next week. The other question that I've got is, in your submission, you talked about, in terms of infill housing, and you talk about almost having a restricted area within Mosgiel for infill housing, because at the moment, as you say, you can buy any old house on a quarter acre section, bolt it over and put half a dozen apartments on there. But the tone of your submission is that you would prefer that there was more an identified area rather than a blanket for Mosgiel?
Thanks, Jerry. My understanding is that there isn't a blanket for Mosgiel at the moment, that there is an infill high density zone, which doesn't incorporate all Mosgiel. And I'm sorry our submission wasn't as clear as it should have been. Nor are we necessarily supporting high density for the outlying Outram or Ellington or other areas where those people are then removed from public transport or the other amenities that Mosgiel has to offer. But my understanding is that there is already a high density zone which doesn't incorporate all of Mosgiel, but is largely centred around the existing area.
Yes, and that's what you want to keep. You say here restricted to inner Mosgiel, close to amenities, green space, and public transport. So what you're submitting is just have a restricted zone close into what's existing there in terms of amenities that are in place.
Yeah, I think the board sees the proximity to parks, supermarkets, public transport as being essential to high density housing, and that the DCC's probably pretty much got it right at the moment in terms of the area that is designated as such.
Thank you. Andrew, the heavy traffic bypass, your submission brings back some memories with a previous role of mine with the city, and with reference to through traffic on Gordon Road, and I suppose I'm talking about the traffic from the west, you've mentioned the through traffic coming from the southeast to the North Torrey Industrial Estate. But what I can recall, one of the debating points probably prior to 2013, might have been a few years earlier than that, was around the percentage of vehicle movements that were going through Gordon Road rather than Mosgiel destination. I'm talking heavy vehicles here, obviously. So you've quoted the number through Gordon Road that are going to the North Torrey Industrial Estate, and I assume that's McClelland's Freight or one of the main providers of products coming through to the Dukes Road site. Have you any idea, and I know that you're Mosgiel Torrey Community Board, and it's a question that I'll be asking transport staff, DCC transport staff, but have you got any idea of what that number is in terms of through traffic that's not Mosgiel destination traffic at this point? And I'm sorry, referring to heavy traffic.
Thanks, Andrew. The figure that I gave was from LTSA's traffic counter on Gordon Road, and that's all heavy transport. That traffic counter can differentiate between heavy trucks and light vehicles. And the last time that we looked at that, which was quite recently, there was, I think, an average 256 heavy transport movements up and down Gordon Road per day. And this goes to the necessity for a feasibility study to determine where this transport's coming from and where it's going to. So what I'm going to say now is just anecdotal based on my own observation, but very little of this traffic is originating from the Strathtyre or from west of Mosgiel. A lot of and very little of the traffic is serving the supermarket or the petrol stations or whatever it is. That would just be a handful of that. The great majority of it is heading to the Dukes Road industrial area or heading from the Dukes Road industrial area, where you've got McClelland's, you've got Icon, you've got a number of large, Fonterra there, even though they rail in a fair bit of it. But yes, there are some stock trucks and there are some logging trucks, but it's predominantly freight that's passing through Mosgiel to get to the Dukes Road area.
Thank you. And one of the other discussion points, what I can recall, was that as NZTA upgraded Gordon Road's pedestrian safety infrastructure, and there was talks of various interventions or whatever. The thought was there would be a natural migration of heavy vehicles probably using Riccarton Road. So your observations would be that that hasn't occurred?
No, quite the opposite. So I live close to the corner of Bush Road and Riccarton Road. A-traded trucks are not permitted to use that road, and yet you don't have to stand on that corner very long before you see A-traded trucks coming up and down Riccarton Road. So the transport operators have more and more choosing to use Riccarton Road as an alternative, even though they're not supposed to. And that has caused some very rapid deterioration of the road intersection. It's that type of activity. I mean, if you look at that from the outside as an outsider, you're trying to get a 53-tonne truck full of sand from Mount Allen to Abbotsford, and you're carting it through the main street of Mosgiel, as opposed to carting it up and down, through Riccarton Road or one of the other alternatives. That just seems like madness. But from the truck operator's point of view, he is compelled to drive that truck down the main street of Mosgiel through 7 sets of traffic lights, 3 pedestrian crossings, 400 houses, 51 businesses. So that truck passes that amount of the population every single day. And that just doesn't make any sense.
Sorry to go back into history again, but one of the other drivers with the outcome of the 2013 transport plan that you've referred to was the wall of wood that was coming from Mount Allen. And that wall of wood now is in China and in the built environment in China. But the reality is there'll be a second or third rotation, probably, 10 years down the track. Is that probably a fair comment with regards to the maturity of the potential product in the hills up in and around Mount Allen? So the likelihood of heavy vehicles coming from the northwest through Mosgiel is also likely to increase. Is that a fair comment or not?
I think that is absolutely a fair comment, and we already have logging trucks passing through the main street each day, but not in the volumes that would have passed through when they were when the harvesting of Mount Allen was in full swing. But you're right, there's still plenty of trees up there, and every single one of those trees at the moment is going to come through the main street of Mosgiel. Similarly, the stock trucks that are originating from the Strath, Tyree, or from West Tyree are compelled, almost all of them are heavy rated now, and they're compelled to pass up the main street of Mosgiel. And of all of the transport, the stock trucks and the logging trucks seem to be the most, and the sand trucks seem to be just completely unnecessary that they pass through the middle of Mosgiel, putting the community at risk.
Mr. Sims, I just have one question for you. I think I understand your position on the freight hub, and we're going to hear from the proponents of that later on in the hearing. But in terms you mentioned in response to a question from Commissioner Langsbury about the park and ride system, there's a line entry in Table 11 of the FDS regarding a new park and ride facility next to the Mosgiel railway station, and the time frame for that is 1 to 10 years, so medium term. Is that time frame adequate from your perspective?
1 year would be adequate, 10 years not. I think the demand again exists already, and I think that the one of the most common approaches that we get from the community lying outside of Mosgiel is there's no public transport, and that need exists right now.
So would a 1 to 3 year time frame be more appropriate in your view?
We'd be very happy with a 1 to 3 year time frame.
Yeah, I'll just ask my questions first. Just to the officers, 3 matters I'd like you to follow up. First one's an easy one. Can you provide us with a copy of the 2013 Dunedin Integrated Transport Strategy, which other panel members may have, but I don't. So if you could just provide a link to it or send us the PDF, that would be great. And it appears to me from the discussion that there might need to be another line entry into Table 11, which is the transport infrastructure improvements for Mosgiel. And so I'd like you to come up with some wording for our consideration along the lines of, and you can wordsmith this wording, completion of a feasibility study undertaken in conjunction with NZTA regarding a heavy vehicle bypass for Gordon Road. And I think an appropriate time frame for that would be 1 to 3 years. And then can you develop some associated narrative in section 6.8.4 that might go along with that line entry? and then that'll just be an option that we can consider in our deliberations. And thirdly, in terms of table 10.3, which is the waters infrastructure improvements required for Mosgiel, I can't see any line entry for anything relating to upgrading or maintaining the Silver Stream waterway, which to me seems a pretty important priority issue. So can you also give some thought to an additional line entry in table 10.3 that directly addresses resolving the constraints in that stream that have been brought to our attention by Mr. Sims? And I'll just leave it up to you, ORC and DC staff, to jointly come up with some wording for our consideration. All right, Councillor O'Malley, you had a further question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, if we could just, with the timing of that report, it's in time for the next Otago South and RLTP, which is 1 to 3 years, but specifically to target that would be good if we can get that in the wording. And I do want to touch on the park and ride because, as you said, it was actually in the last LTP, it would have been next year it was funded for. Are you, I think you are, and I think that's the reason it was put there, suggesting that it is probably one of the more important, if not the most important investments in getting conversion of people over to public transport, especially servicing towns like Outram that don't have buses at the moment, that they can get their vehicle to a park and ride and then get onto public transport. So therefore, the building of the park and ride is essential for showing our commitment to public transport from the DCC perspective.
Absolutely agree. I think you know, we all understand the challenges of serving outlying communities such as Outram and Allenton with buses, and in fact that might even be counterproductive. But that a park and ride does allow it. So the two aspects of public transport that we are highly concerned about, that we thought were done deals and we're very hopeful are now not undone, are the park and ride facility for Mosgiel and also the tunnel trail between Mosgiel and Dunedin. You know, we had maybe not quite popped the champagne corks, but certainly celebrated the funding of that project, and we see that as an equally essential public transport option for our community. We see it as a very important recreational option for our community, and also as a very as a vital link in the tourist trail triangle that we're trying to put together as well. So those two bits of that both involve, you know, council and LTSA cooperation. We are now very fearful that both of those projects are at risk when they represent such a vital part of progress for our communities.
Yeah, and of course you'd be aware that under the government policy statement of transport, there's probably going to be no money for cycleways. Tony one is going to take it all up.
I have seen that, although there seemed to be some glimmer of hope in respect to cycleways that add to the economic development of the region, which I think the tunnel trail would certainly be one of those. May well still continue to be funded, but we remain ever hopeful.
So I was just noting, discussing the Dunedin Tunnels project, I stood back from the table for that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sims, thanks very much for coming in and addressing us. You've raised some very interesting issues, and thank you for answering our questions. So now we have someone on Zoom. Here comes the help.
Are you there, Mr. Ford? If you could please turn on your video and audio.
Yes, I've turned both on.
We have you now, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ford. Can you hear us?
Melina, yes, I can. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thanks very much for coming in this morning. And I understand you're going to speak to your submission, Disabled Persons Assembly, and you're also going to speak to the Access for All Otago submission. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, I will be doing
Excellent.
that.
Thank you very much. So we've read those initial submissions. You don't need to reread the original submissions to us, but
No.
you're very welcome to speak to them and highlight your key points for us.
Yes, that's what I'll be doing. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Chris Ford toko inua, Chair and Hearings Panel members. I'm here, as was stated by the Chair, wearing two hats today. The first is one of the co-conveners of Access for All Dunedin, whose mission is to collaborate with both the DCC and ORC on working towards creating an Otapoti Dunedin, which is fully accessible and inclusive. The second is representing Disabled Persons Assembly as their policy advisor, Southern and Central. Disabled Persons Assembly, DPA, is a disabled persons organisation that works on systemic change to realise an equitable society. Thank you for the opportunity to present on both submissions. Both submissions are relatively similar in nature, as you would have read. First, I will talk to Access for All submission, which was to be presented by John Marable, who can now no longer attend. There are two key areas I'd like to emphasise from that submission. One, I'd like to briefly outline the principle of the accessible journey, which should inform all policy development around planning and development for the next 30 years. As you will see from Access for All submission, the accessible journey is the interaction between the free-made elements of buildings, transport systems, and public spaces. Critical points in the accessible journey occur in transitions between these components, and if accessible features are not present at transitions, then the accessible journey is broken for a user. As you'll see from the submission, these critical points include, but are not limited to, things like footpaths, curb ramps, accessible public transport, parking, driveways, accessways, etc. Secondly, I would like to talk about the other major component of the accessible journey, which is the accessible route that is a refinement of the accessible journey and focuses on a particular building or space. As Access for All stated in its submission, the accessible route is further underpinned by three major principles, which I would like to reiterate again here today for panel members. They are approachability, ensuring that people with impairments can get to a particular feature, and is concerned with the exterior environment, including environmental factors and car parking, accessibility, ensuring that people with impairments can enter and move about freely within a space or environment without having to call for assistance, and accessibility, meaning that the environment and its facilities are actually usable by persons with impairments. It's important to note that when looking at all sections of the future development strategy, there should be a full analysis undertaken to ensure that the principles of approachability, accessibility, and usability are being fully met. I wish to draw the panel's attention again to Access for All's recommendation that universal design housing comprise at least a minimum of 25% of all newly consented housing builds, but equating to the percentage of disabled people within Aotearoa's population. In summary, Access for All's other recommendations traverse the need for suitable infrastructure to take away black sewage in South Dunedin, for sufficient accessible off-street parking to be made available for the residents of all residential estates, the need to build accessible infrastructure, and that feedback is obtained from the disabled community when it comes to developing cycling, walking, and bus stop infrastructure, and that all this be built to universal design standards. The same accessibility recommendations are made with respect to parks and recreation and the creation of blue-green spaces. I now come to talk briefly about DPA submission, which is similar to Access for All. DPA supports the points raised by Access for All. In addition, DPA recommends that the best way to improve accessibility would be through all future city planning documents, including district plans, referencing the need for housing to be designed and constructed to universal design standards in Ōtepoti, Dunedin. DPA submission also highlighted how climate change will impact our disabled community. We support the future development strategies recognition that this is a major issue that must be planned for, particularly as far as the disabled community is concerned. While DPA has major concerns around a dire shortage of accessible housing across the motu country and the need for this to be addressed within the Dunedin context, we would like to emphasise that any land which is at high risk of climatic and or geological risk should not be zoned for building upon. Put simply, the need for accessible housing should not result in these being built within high-risk areas where new builds can suddenly be rendered uninhabitable or lives put at risk if they are damaged or destroyed in extreme weather events like flooding or landslides. This is important, as there have been councils around the country that have approved the building of housing in flood-prone areas, only for these houses to be damaged or destroyed in an extreme weather event, as happened in last year's Auckland and North Island flooding events. We also ask that the DCC and ORC continue to involve disabled people in all aspects of planning and discussion around climate change based on the Bristol Disability Forum model. In other words, nothing about us without us. Otherwise, both Access for All and DPA support the general direction of the proposed FDS. Chair, I'm now open to questions from the panel regarding both submissions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you for that very succinct summary. Kate, questions?
No, not a question, because I think both this submission, these two submissions and the one yesterday has left us with considerable questions really for staff later on about how they incorporate it more into that, because I think they've been really powerful. So in fact, I'm not asking questions. I don't want Chris to think we haven't listened to him.
Well, I have to say pretty much the same thing. I talked to Chris quite a lot, so I appreciate the presentation. And again, our questions will be more for staff.
Kia ora, again, it seems to be a pattern for me here, and having had some discussions with John in the past, fully familiar with what's being presented here and reasonably comfortable with it. There was one question, though, that kind of jumped out with regard to what appears to be a conflict between providing other infrastructure such as cycleways and those sort of things, and the concerns that that provides in regard to hopping out of vehicles and then getting through those barriers and those sort of things. Is there a suggestion on, from your perspective, on how those built cycleways on the sides of our roads could be dealt with differently to enable disabled to pass through them or be able to park alongside them safely?
Yes, there is. We believe that the DPA, as does Access for All, that all cycleways and other pedestrian infrastructure should be separate but parallel to one another. There should be demarcation lines, there should be lines, I don't know what they're called, I think that the bollards or whatever that need to be inserted to separate the spaces, to delineate them, to make sure that disabled people and other pedestrians, mobilising pedestrians, don't crash into cyclists and vice versa. I guess that is a question for staff as to how they do that as well, but that can be done.
Thank you, Chris. I don't know whether you've had a chance to read the officer's report after they've read all the submissions, and it appears from reading that they've at an officer level that they're working with you, as you say, work with us. And then pretty much there's no obvious changes that they're recommending to the FDS at this point, apart from there's a minor change in regards to Parks and Recreation. But you said overall you're happy with the overall direction of the FDS and the fact that officers are working with you.
Yes, that is correct. We're happy with the general direction. There are always specifics that need to be addressed, but we're happy to continue to work with council officers around that from both councils.
That's great. I'm sure we can always do better. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Chris. There seems to be a yawning gap between best practice and universal design when it comes to accessibility in general terms, whether it's a design of a road, design of a building. So I suppose the question for you, Chris, what is the best solution? Because it seems that we are chasing our tail in this space, and the question for you, I suppose, how do we catch up?
I think that the best way to catch up is to go above and beyond what is, for example, included in the building code when it comes to buildings, and also to look at other guides that have been prepared by other councils, such as the Auckland Council have a very good guide to universal design for their buildings and infrastructure. But I think that that is a very good starting point. I guess that yes, it's best to go for universal design because over the longer term, if you have accessibility incorporated from the very outset of a piece of infrastructure's life or the life of a building, then you're going to get much better outcomes in terms of lower maintenance costs over time. You don't have to fix up any accessibility issues that appear, as is currently the case if under the current building and other infrastructural standard codes, that if a piece of infrastructure or a building is faulty in terms of accessibility, then it costs money to repair that.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks for the reference to Auckland Council's document. Cheers.
That's right.
So, Mr. Ford, just one question from me. In terms of the accessibility issue and the universal design standards, is that concern primarily focused on buildings that are open to the public rather than private residential houses?
It is primarily, but we also, and there is the LifeMark standards. LifeMark is a company which is affiliated with CCS Disability Action, but is an independent company that provides design and other guidance to private developers, to private homeowners, builders, architects around building accessible universal design housing that is designed to be accessible across the span of its lifetime, meaning that it doesn't need to be substantially altered if there is, for example, excuse me, a disabled person who needs to live there, or if a person living there develops an impairment over time requiring them to have accessibility incorporated into their home. So that's an important element, because if you incorporate universal design into private public housing builds, then that increases, one, the accessibility for the people who live within those dwellings, and number two, visitability, including for disabled people, because in many cases I can't get up very easily to visit my friends, for example, or even family members who live around Dunedin because of accessible housing, mostly.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. So maybe staff, in your reply to us next week, you could just give some thought to whether or not any further reference, either in the narrative or some of the tables, would assist in addressing the issues that Mr. Ford's brought to our attention. I don't have anything particular in mind, but if you could turn your minds to it collectively over the next few days, I'd appreciate that. Right, thanks very much, Mr. Thorpe. Thanks very much for appearing and answering our questions.
Most certainly. Thank you, Chair. Kia kite.
Yep, scout. So our next submitter is Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust. So Mr. Highland, is it?
Kia ora and good afternoon, Mr. Chair, panel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our submission. I'm Gerard Highland, the co-chair of the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust. I'd like to summarise our submission and just emphasise a few key points, if I may.
Perfect, thank you.
Overall, we agree with the strategic directions as set out in the FDS, and we would emphasise that any urban development should always have active transport integrated into the design right from the start. Under walking and cycling development priorities, obviously we see the Tunnels Trail from Mosgiel through to Caversham via Chain Hills and Caversham Tunnels as number one now. And we strongly urge the Council to deliver this in the shortest possible development time, staging first Mosgiel to Green Island and then Green Island to Caversham. Other priority trails that we'd see to follow from that are the connecting off-road link that needs to be formed from Mosgiel down to Waihola to safely link with the wider Otago Regional Cycleway. And then after that, the coastal connection cycleway from Port Chalmers to Akwaiti and onto Oamaru to link up with Alps to Ocean and the wider network. And it's essential that the disparate cycleways throughout the city be properly and safely connected to create an integrated network. For commuting, this is obvious. For recreation, this is also essential to encourage a more diverse range of people of all ages to take up cycling as a healthy activity. The Tunnels Trail project is a key piece of Dunedin transport infrastructure, servicing over 30,000 people directly in Mosgiel, Fairfield, Abbotsford, Green Island and Caversham, as well as the central city area itself. That's with the one safe, active transport corridor. The project so far has been justified on commuter benefits, but it will also enhance the recreational facilities for the city and region and be a boost to the tourism-based economy, providing an accessible to all gateway into the city for the Otago-wide and now New Zealand-wide cycleway network. The trail will be able to mitigate part of the predicted traffic volume increase over the next decade, providing a least cost option for commuters from suburbs, Mosgiel and Taieri. Now this would allow people to avoid a high-cost car dependency commute. The trail also provides a mechanism for the city to more rapidly move towards carbon zero, with the potential for replacing hundreds of car journeys per day between Mosgiel and Dunedin, while at the same time improving overall health benefits via active transport. So that's lower cost and importantly safe commuting, enabling safer and diverse recreational users, a big boost to tourism, increasing health outcomes, reducing our carbon footprint and decreasing traffic density and congestion. Now the current design comes out with a BCR of 1.9, and when incorporating the wider economic benefits from the latest NZTA model, it's 4.5. Now looking at the opportunity cost of that, can we afford not to do it and do it now, given that it'll never be cheaper? The Tunnels Trail project is not a nice-to-have bit of additional cycle track for a small minority, as some consider it, but an essential and well overdue part of Dunedin's transport infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See if we have questions for you. Andrew? No?
Thank you. I've just got one question just to clarify, because we've obviously got submitters, we've got submissions and they're coming to speak from the Coastal Connection and from the Dunedin Tracks Network. But you're very clear that the Tunnels Trail should be the number one priority, and then at the moment it's in the FDS is in a 1 to 10 year, priority, and you're happy with that. That's how you believe it should be.
Yes, I think the Tunnels Trail opens up to Mosgiel, to the Taieri, to Green Island, Abbotsford. It gets people moving. Once we've got that key link in there, then we look at linking the other parts to it. As it is, if we link the other parts, they'll come into Mosgiel and not be able to go anywhere. So at the moment they can get to Waihola, and that's it. It would be nice to be able to get right through to Dunedin. We see the first thing benefiting commuters and recreational users within the city and the Taieri, and then link up to the wider network.
Reading through your submission, I didn't pick up on whether there was an estimated number of commuters that would use the tunnel once it was in place, and is that all cyclists we're talking about?
We haven't done detailed modelling of the numbers, but looking at the demand that's appeared by the other trails around the town and around the city, we're expecting possibly in the hundreds, but that is really a finger in the air guess. But we're looking at over 30,000 people serviced, so of that, even a small percentage, and you've got numbers. We suspect our biggest problem may be overcrowding within the first couple of years, given the latent demand that's there.
Chair, if you submission, and I understand how long, I've seen how long this journey has been to get to this point, and now we face another headwind with government co-funding of these projects. You've proposed the Mosgiel to Green Island as being the first stage one. Even if that potentially ends up being something that becomes extremely expensive as well, would you want us to at least start getting moving on some of it, and so it actually gets some activity going, because it's been sitting at the start line now for a very long time and hasn't really moved at all?
Looking back, it's almost 2 decades. It's coming up, it'll be 19 years this year that we've been trying to get this across the line. The first stage, Mosgiel to Green Island, we're looking at partly because Caversham Tunnel has still got utilities through it, and that's an issue with Three Waters. The other part is that the Chain Hills Tunnel, we were able to secure access on the Wingatui side by the purchase of the property through the community support. The Chain Hills Tunnel repairs are underway and should be finished end of next week, so people will be able to walk through that safely, and then it's a matter of developing the trail alongside or just off from the rail line, and then down under the Abbots Creek overbridge and through Fulton Hoganland. So that part of it is not going to be a huge expense. The biggest part is going to be getting through the Caversham Tunnel. So that's why we're looking at stage one. If we can at least get that going first, we'll generate more demand, we'll be able to service Mosgiel, we'll be able to get school kids going from Green Island, Abbotsford through to the Mosgiel swimming pool. Probably safer and faster than going to Moana.
That's very good. And so do you know if there's been a budget created for that or not? I'm not sure if there has been.
There's been a budget for the development of the design work, and incorporated within that was the Chain Hills repair within the tunnel itself. The Trust plans, once the repairs are completed and we get it open, the Trust plans to actually get a walkway developed. We'll develop that ourselves from Wingatui through the Chain Hills Tunnel, back up to the top of the hill and round as a walking loop, just to get people through and see what the potential is there.
And I guess that's getting to a sort of where I might have been heading, is that the cycleway itself was built to a certain standard, which is quite expensive. Can you build to a standard where you can get people who are able to cycle on it, so that we can get people experiencing the activity, so they can see what it's going to be like? And would you like the council to explore that?
If we don't get the nod from NZTA, then definitely. At the moment, the design work includes tar seal cycleway from Green Island through Caversham, and I think the next level down hardpack from Mosgiel through to Green Island. But yes, we could always develop a lower spec trail, single track, to get cyclists through. It won't serve the larger community, and there would be an additional cost later on to redevelop it, but get something underway as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Highland. No questions for you, but just another little bit of homework for the officers. So table 6 in the draft FDS talks about the tunnels trail. And I was just wondering if staff, if you could put your minds to maybe just refining the description of that project to perhaps reflect the priorities that Mr. Hyland has listed in his submission on the first page of the actual written submission, and he spoke to that this morning. And if you need to engage with Mr. Hyland on that in terms of wordsmithing, then if you have time to do that, that would be great. But thank you very much for coming in this morning. So that's the end of our submitters for this morning, and we're now adjourned until 1:30 when we hear from Nick James regarding the Buller Street properties. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll resume the hearing of submissions on Dunedin's draft FDS, and at this stage we're hearing from Buller Street Properties. So good afternoon and welcome. You've appeared before us, Mr. I forget your name off the top of my head. Double-barreled name, isn't it? So you've appeared before us before, so you know the drill. We've read the original submission and the evidence that you provided, so thank you very much for that. You don't need to read either of those two documents out to us, but you're very welcome to speak to them and highlight key points. And over to you.
Kia ora, thanks very much. Yeah, I won't reintroduce myself, but I'm Chris Pearce-Smith, and I'm here on behalf of Buller Street Properties. I've got Nick James with me. Nick's not going to speak today, but he's just really here to answer any questions if they crop up and provide a bit of background. Yeah, so thanks again. I won't go through the whole submission and the evidence as it's already been read. I just want to sort of quickly run through some of the key points. Hopefully it's all relatively straightforward what we're seeking. So yeah, as in our submission, we supported the rezoning of the future business land zone changes north of the Cumberland Street and Anzac Avenue intersection. But also as part of our subdivision submission, we wanted to request that Stradallen Estate, which is located at 4 Stradallen Street, Dunedin, is also identified in the FDS as a proposed future commercial and mixed-use zone. And specifically, we referred to the rezoning being trade-related retail, being the most suitable zoning, given it immediately adjoins the site boundary. I guess one of the key reasons we're here, and one of the key reasons for the evidence, is that Council's response, officer's response to the submission we put forward was that, to quote it, identified that the site is in a reasonable location if the South Dunedin large format zone is expanded in the future and would be a good candidate for rezoning. I just wanted to acknowledge that we didn't seek rezoning for South Dunedin large format zone. Rather, we were looking at the trade-related retail zone, which in the evidence there's a zoning map in Figure 1, if you've seen that. And we also acknowledge that one of the other reasons why the recommendation didn't go any further was because of the business land capacity assessments stating that there was a short-term no short-term demand for industrial in the short term. So the relief that we're seeking is that Stradallen Estate is reconsidered as the, sorry, I'm just looking at the wording, the commercial and mixed-use zone land, and as trade-related retail under the 2GP. Given it does actually adjoin the site, contrary to the officer's report. Just, I guess, a bit of context and the reasoning for that. The site already operates as a light industrial and trade-related business park, as we like to consider it, and we think it's a natural progression for this area, which is a site that's comprised of sort of a number of smaller unit title sections that has a number of smaller businesses operating out of it currently, and Nick's vision for that site is that that'll naturally progress into more of a trade-related or more of a mixed industrial commercial type zone. The current industrial zoning is very prohibitive and is very restrictive for potential investors and people who want to come in and invest in that site. Generally, because they don't have a lot of the 2GP currently is quite restrictive in that sense for commercial when you're dealing with an industrial zone. We don't think that there's a clash. Well, we consider that there's not a clash with the loss of further industrial land. Rather, we see it sort of complementing the industrial land in the area. We're not completely entirely moving the site to a retail shopping district or anything along the likes. It's more merging the two activities as one into a mixed-use business park, and I think it's an important point. We know that there's high demand for these activities, and areas in the CBD that are currently the areas where we're typically seeing retail being permitted. the sort of activities that we're talking about here aren't suitable for those CBD locations or centre locations. That's just simply not feasible. While the business development capacity does project a shortfall, it does also note that industrial land in the medium and long term may be in less demand, while retail land in the short term may be in demand. So I think the conclusion from that is that there's a little bit of I guess potential for change and interpretation of those findings, and we believe that I guess actual demand is an important factor to take into consideration rather than just relying on what's said in a capacity study. So yeah, in summary, the purpose of this exercise is, we would love to see this land rezoned for the purposes I've just said. I think we're effectively looking for a lightening of the zone requirements, where we can better enable and have greater flexibility moving forward on the site, so it can naturally progress into the business park that I think it would be really well suited for. And if any of the panel are interested, we'd be more than happy to host you and give you a walk around the site if that was helpful. But yeah, Nick and Buller Street Properties really want to invest in this site, but it's a lot of the time they can't. It's not commercially viable. Their clients and the people moving into these sites aren't able to, or they're scared off from resource consent requirements. So we effectively just want to make it easier and more flexible. So the last thing I'll say is that in the scenario that we can't consider that rezoning, or the panel isn't going to consider that rezoning any further, we'd like to see at least some of those industrial rules be lightened to some degree. For example, the current 10% retail ancillary to industrial threshold, which allows 10% of a retail activity to go within an industrial activity, is a very low margin. And then you're immediately dealing with a non-complying activity, which is completely pushing plenty of investors away. We would suggest that something like 30% would at least be a better threshold. We're seeing a number of industrial activities with showrooms and the likes of that are much larger, but they don't have any significant impact on the loss of industrial land or competing with central CBD or centre uses. So yeah, that's all I really wanted to say, but again, more than happy to take any questions, and I've got Nick with me as well if you want any more context. So thanks for that.
Great, thank you very much for that, Councillor.
Thank you, and I know the Strathallan estate. So and because it's kind of like it's pretty much a self-contained development. That's not really the right word. You know what I'm saying? That's why you identifying that as effectively you'd like that to be in the FDS as trade related.
The FDS just goes as far as identifying it as future commercial land. It doesn't actually specify the zone under the 2GP. That would, I guess, come at a different stage. But yes, to answer your question, it is a very self-contained area. As I said, it sort of has a number of unit titles. It's not a large industrial section that easily, I guess another important point is it doesn't enable those large-scale industrial operations to really operate from it. It's really as small-scale businesses, making their next step into, and again joining trade-related retail is why we identified it as as that sort of area. Yeah.
Before I ask my question, just make it clear that I'm no longer with the Otago Chocolate Company. I stepped off the board about 4 months ago. And the reason I'm saying that is that Buller Street Properties are also landlords there. And it was my experience with that 10% rule that we actually had trouble fitting the retail space into that factory. In fact, that's one of the reasons we store beans out the front and do other stuff so that we can get that footprint down. My question then is around trade-related retail, which is for staff. I assume that allows for a greater area of retail space. Is that why that zoning exists?
Yes, so certain types of retail activity, trade-related retail activity, are permitted within that zone, and they're not permitted within the industrial zone.
They have a footprint size, or it just be the activity can occur in that building with no regard to the footprint size. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. Those retail activities are permitted. Yeah.
I do have another question which will have to be answered later because I don't think transport's here. This is Strathallan Street is stage 1 of the Harbour Arterial, which plans to be a heavy traffic bypass around the city. And I would wonder, back from transport, what their opinions of would be increased retail activity on that part of Strathallan Street, which I think would be relevant. So is it in fact then that if you couldn't get the zoning changed, you would want the industrial rule changed so that, because it is in fact quite difficult, especially if you've got a certain building footprint, to just carve out a 10% area that can be retail?
I think that's just an example. Yes, that would be great, but there's plenty of other areas where I guess the industrial zoning is it permits industrial activity, but it doesn't necessarily permit any other types of retail, which the trade related does. So it sort of just opens up the flexibility for that site moving forward. So yes, we would like to see that as an option, but our preference would be that the rezoning would effectively, we wouldn't have to deal with that change if we could rezone the site.
And you're claiming that basically it's continuous because there's trade related retail right next to where you are?
Yes, correct.
Yes, Mr. Pearce-Smith, just to be clear in my mind, so what you're asking us to do in terms of the FDS document is to, if I'm looking at figure 30 on page 4 of your evidence, you basically want the site in question to be shaded in blue and labelled proposed future commercial and mixed use zone.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and then that would enable you, I guess, to seek a zoning change in the future, or it would certainly facilitate that. So that's the ultimate aim?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, well, I think I understand what you're asking for, so thank you very much. Unless you want to add anything else at this stage, I think that's good.
Cool, no, that's it for it. So thanks very much. Thanks for hearing us out. Cheers.
All right, thank you. So the next submitter on my list is Urban Access Dunedin. Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks very much for coming in. We've read the original submission that you lodged, so you don't need to read that out to us. But you're very welcome to speak to it and highlight key points that you wish us to bear in mind going forward, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you. And I think just whenever you want to talk, you've got to push the little button on the base of the microphone.
Thank you, and we very much appreciate this opportunity to put our views to you. I don't envy the role of the people that are putting the strategy together. Since having read most of the submissions over the last few days, there's a lot of conflicting desires and needs, and I don't know how we're going to get our way through this morass. But I think from our point of view, our remit is essentially promotion of the freedom of travel. We believe that ability of the vibrancy of the city is totally dependent on people being able to travel freely within the city and also as they come into the city from outside. And I think thinking at the moment, I think, is constrained by, I guess, the desire to sort of reach the carbon neutral 2030 sort of ideal, and that from that perspective, the car is seen as a bit of the devil's work. And that's probably not helped by the current fleet of vehicles, which are invariably SUVs or twin cab utes, which take up a lot of space and consume a lot of resources. But I think we have to look beyond that. I think we're entering a phase of life on this planet where change is a given, and I think there will be means of transport for people other than public transport, other than by active transport, that will make complete sense for people who seek freedom of movement, they seek comfort, they seek safety, they seek opportunity, and I think there will be means of, whether it's in the form of a car or some other form of conveyance, and I think the city needs to plan for that possibility. Dunedin is unique. It's spread out over a wide area. It's fairly sparsely populated compared to most cities around the world. We also, in terms of commerce in the city, it's very dependent on patronage from further afield. That's almost a tradition. And I think the last thing we need to do is deter people from entering the city because they can't get here easily, and if they do get here, they can't find somewhere to park their car. So I think our wish would be that the strategy is, and I realise it's due for periodic review, but it needs to be open-ended. It needs to be aspirational. It needs not to be prescriptive or proscriptive too much, because I think that immediately puts a noose around our necks. There's enough brain horsepower in this community to think laterally, to think of solutions that Dunedin needs for itself that may not be applicable in other communities, but which would serve us best. And so all I'm saying is that we need to keep an open mind as possible as the strategy evolves. That's it in a nutshell, I think.
Thank you. And does your colleague wish to add anything?
Purely the difficulty we have in our city with public transport is the city is so widespread that for public transport to be effective, it has to be frequent and reliable. The issues around reliability aside, it's the frequency that's the biggest issue and is always going to prevent a major take-up of public transport as the main means of travel within the city. So, I mean, we have a lot of enclaves of areas where people live, and the private car is actually, unfortunately, going to be the only major means for most people to actually travel within the city. One of the issues that we do need to be aware of is planning for what the population growth may be, because with population growth, of course, comes the increase in the number of vehicles that are on the road. So future road planning needs to look at where, I suppose, a calculated guess is going to be of what's the population going to look like in, say, the 30 years' time, and then be planning at that point and then work backwards from that stage. Cars are part of life, unfortunately. That they do give the freedoms, and the public won't give that up very easily.
All right, thank you very much for that. I'll see if we have questions.
Thanks, Alan, for your comment there. You're basically looking for a balance between single individual use vehicles and the public transport relationship. I don't know if you're aware that the ORC's fares and frequency program got rejected by Waka Kotahi to basically increase the frequency and drop the fares, and they didn't get past the first hurdle.
That would be purely probably because of cost, I would imagine, rather than any other reason. I mean, and again, it was probably there was no business case to actually justify it from a dollar point of view to be able to do that.
Well, it did pass the ORC, just didn't get past Waka Kotahi. But yes, thank you. Anyway, the bottom line is you are looking for a balance between the two activities. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the park and ride concept is a really good one. The difficulty is, are people going to use it? Because all we're doing is accumulating a large parking lot for cars for people then to still wait on whatever form of the public transport is. So again, if it's not frequent, people will bypass the park and ride and then just try coming into wherever it is in the city that they're wanting to come to now. But public transport definitely is an important part of people's travel plans, but I think the balance has to be the recognition that the car will always be the predominant choice, if possible, here in the city.
Now that you just mentioned the park and ride, because it was mentioned previously by the Mosgiel Community Board, would you like to see because this is actually quite literally a cross-council thing here, because the DCC will build the park and ride and then the ORC will provide the bus service to meet it. Would you like to make sure that as that unfolds, that it does in fact achieve that outcome, that when people park there, the buses are leaving with sufficient frequency and affordable costs so that people...
Well, obviously, that would be an ideal. The difficulty that will come of that is how often the buses will then in turn leave those hubs to come into the city, and where do they go to? I know there's quite a large population of workers coming into the likes of the hospital, into the central city. A lot also come into the university, but at different times of the day, so park and rides possibly won't work so much for the university people, but it really depends on where you put your hub and how many people are going to actually then look to come into the hub. If you look at the larger cities overseas that have, say, very good train services, obviously the station car parks are usually always absolutely full, but then the trains are running every 10 minutes or so, and so it's an attractive way of getting into a centre city. I can't see that happening for the likes of Dunedin, so our park and ride would be purely for buses. And so, if you're going to get 100 people coming in, you're going to have 2 or 3 buses leaving all at the same time. I mean, is that feasible to do? So it's got to be considered from the point of view of, will people use it? And I think one of the problems with the frequency of bus services now and trying to increase it is that most of the time outside of the peak times, the buses are pretty empty. And so it's pretty hard to justify increasing frequency for even less people to use those extra buses. So perhaps the frequency has to be planned around more the peak time, I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult situation, and it's changed. Back in the 60s, buses used to leave about every 12 minutes from all over the place, but things have changed dramatically since then.
I think we need to ask the question too, what is the intention of encouraging greater use of public transport? Is it to relieve congestion, or is it to reduce the carbon footprint of the city? Because I think if the latter is the case, there are numerous foreseeable progression of technology and vehicles that will solve that problem. I think as an example, there's, I can't remember the place, but I think there's somewhere in Canada where the city encourages people to use cars of smaller than a certain size, more economical than a certain level. If you have a car that fits that criteria, you get a green number plate. If you have a green number plate, you get free parking. So to me, those sort of progressions, and also with vehicle technology, with whatever power source becomes the norm, that pollution-free power sources, I think we just need to keep an open mind that these things are happening in the background. So we need to decide, what is the imperative for the need for public transport.
From my position from the Chair of Infrastructure, it is primarily to reduce congestion, and then you get the carbon zero impacts from that. We're now approaching almost 30,000 car movements on the Southern Motorway, and so if we don't start getting traffic off that in some other way or another, that's going to start hitting us quite badly.
From your submission, I can see you've given some thought to alternatives. I'm a born and bred Dunedinite, and for most people, when you're talking about transport issues, if they can't park outside the business they want to go to, they'll go home and come back the next day. And when you're looking at the congestion in the middle of the city and thinking, well, I would struggle to find a single bus lane in Dunedin, probably because there isn't space for them to have an alternative to rapid transport within the city. Are there any other solutions that would allow us to deal with that congestion once we hit the CBD, and especially around the bus hub? I did a small bit of feasibility looking at a tourist bus for the Otago Peninsula, and going through the bus hub added an extra 8 minutes compared to running from the Octagon, which is only a couple of blocks. So any transport that's based on our roading network, I don't think is going to address our concern going forward, is I guess what I'm trying to outline here, and whether there's any suggestions from you on what other ways we could make the city accessible.
I think one of the factors that we also need to be considering, which we've alluded to in our submission, is the fact that just the changing demographic of the city over the next few decades. The baby boomers are going to become dependent on care facilities, etc. People in their 80s and 90s are really not particularly ambulatory, so active transport doesn't suit them. Bus may not suit them either because it's not door to door. They need help. They need some easy means to get from A to B, and it does often mean going door to door. And that, to me, indicates that even if we promote public transport for the fit and the able, there's going to be a big community for whom it's just not going to work, and we need to be thinking about that. So even if the roading system is geared towards prioritising public transport, there still needs to be an oversight to ensure that people that have to use cars are not disadvantaged, and that's where I think adopting new technologies to minimise pollution and minimise just I suppose the footprint of personalised vehicles is adopted.
Thank you. Having read your submission, I'm not sure there's anything specific that you're suggesting that you want changed in the FDS. It's more, I think, in your opening comment about freedom of travel, and it's just keeping that in the back of our minds as we're considering the future of the city. Is that?
Our view is more of an oversight, really. We just feel that the strategy should be aspirational, but it should be open-ended, allowing for the absorption of new ideas as they come along.
All right, well, thank you. No further questions from me, but thank you very much for coming in. Thanks for your submission and answering our questions today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the next submitter on our list is Kāinga Ora. So good afternoon and welcome. We've read your initial submission, so you don't need to reread that out to us. What's this? And you hadn't pre-circulated any evidence, so we did set out a minute requiring pre-circulation of evidence. But anyway, why don't you introduce yourselves to us and we'll see where we go from there.
Kia ora, I'm Joshua Neville. I am Team Leader for Development Planning for the South Island and within the Urban Planning and Design Group for Kāinga Ora. And I'm presenting sort of the summary today on behalf of Kāinga Ora to support our submission on the draft Dunedin Future Development Strategy. To my left here is Paul Bowman, Manager.
Yeah, thanks Josh. Kia ora, Paul Bowman. I'm the National Spatial Planning Manager for Kāinga Ora. Nice to be here today, thank you.
And hello, my name's Kerry Young. I'm the Regional Director for Otago, Southland and South Canterbury, actually. Based here in Dunedin.
Excellent. So what we'll do is we'll just take the document you've tabled, we'll call that your speaking notes, how's that? And then you can just read that out, and if there's anything else your colleagues wish to add, they can at the end of that, and then we'll see if we have questions. How does that sound?
Perfect, thank you for that. Thank you. So apologies for not pre-circulating this. So Kāinga Ora strongly supports the strategic intent of the FDS to outline a vision and directions for growth and development for Dunedin over the next 30 years. And that we support that through the integration of land use planning with infrastructure and that coordinated approach to development. Our submission considers the elements of the FDS as well as existing council planning and development regulations constrain the ability and deliver a functioning urban environment. We're in our submission several recommendations to be taken into account for implementation planning by DCC and ORC, and will continue to work collaboratively with each organisation respectively to advance these. My notes here today in the statement covers the Kaingaroa submission, our response to the Office's recommendation report, and the memorandum from Rodney Eumann in response to submissions on the FDS. So to provide a bit of background to Kaingaroa, and this is covered in detail in the submission, so this is just a summary. Kaingaroa is responsible for providing homes to those in need, and we provide those from the Social Housing Register. We currently are the largest landlord in New Zealand, and we provide homes for more than 185,000 people who face barriers for some reason or another to housing. We own and manage more than 72,000 properties, and that includes about 3,900 properties for community group housing. In general terms, housing supply issues and events including recent construction cost inflation, increased cost of finances, has resulted in housing becoming less affordable over time, and there's been increased demand for public housing. In a Dunedin context, there are nearly 1,500 Kaingaroa properties, and that covers approximately 100 hectares of residential land. These homes represent about 2% of our national portfolio and approximately 3% of all the homes in Dunedin. The Kaingaroa homes generally in Dunedin are located in concentrations in the mid-19th century suburbs such as Corstorphine, Brockville, Halfway Bush, as well as a significant number of homes in Mosgiel. Most of the portfolio is located in the General Residential 1 zone. We have some located in Gen Res 2 and a limited number in the inner city zone. The homes in Dunedin are some of the oldest in the portfolio. Many were constructed before 1960, and the age and condition of this housing means that a significant number of those are in need of renewal or replacement. This offers us an opportunity to redevelop those sites at a higher density. Through this future development strategy process, we were able to input our strategic aspirations in respect to areas where there are a larger concentration of homes and that we're likely to redevelop in the future. For it to be possible, it will require investment in infrastructure and also enablement through district plan amendments. Both within the context described and also in accordance with the principles of our Act, Kaingaroa is seeking a planning and future development framework in Dunedin that enables the delivery of more homes, a range of typologies, and housing that meets the needs, both from a portfolio perspective and those of our customers. Now, in our submission, it was reasonably comprehensive on the Dunedin FDS, and that arose from an operational and developmental need of Kaingaroa. The intent of the submission is to ensure that the planning environment and the future development strategy contributes to achieving a well-functioning urban environment, and that it is sustainable, and that this provides for sustainable, inclusive, and thriving communities that provide people with good quality, affordable housing choice, support access to jobs, amenities, and services. Similarly, in making a submission, we were concerned to ensure that local authorities do not undermine the step change that was intended by the NPSUD. To this end, we're supportive of the work of DCC and ORC and what they've done in conjunction with stakeholders to produce the draft FDS. This aligns with the policy direction in achieving this. Our submission had 5 key topic areas that we considered important for making decisions about the FDS, and they were discussed more extensively in the primary submission. This was related to staging of growth and infrastructure delivery, housing capacity and alignment with the NPSUD, housing affordability and housing choice, the management of natural hazard risk, and finally, mana whenua aspirations. In support of our submission, we'd like to just address further a couple of matters in this hearing. So for us, this was firstly the amendments to the policy direction in the FDS. We sought as a part of our submission amendments in the policy direction, both with Policy 1 to provide infrastructure for growth and amendments to Policy 2 for alternative infrastructure pathways. With respect to Policy 1, we proposed that the policy direction should reference enabling and growth pathways. If infrastructure is being provided for renewals or for future development zones, linking the investment to growth in many situations as possible will be required to bridge the infrastructure deficit that exists. With respect to Policy 2, we propose that this includes additional policy directives to support pathways for accelerated delivery. This might include alternative areas or out-of-scope development, out-of-sequence development. This would enable a bespoke or innovative solution or accelerated delivery models, for example, alternative funding mechanisms. We largely support the Office's recommendations and additions, however don't believe this policy should be further amended to require vesting, as this may unduly preclude bespoke or innovative solutions in the future, including the establishment of a specified development project. Kāinga Ora does support the submission too of the Somerset Group holdings and believe Policy 2 could provide additional reference to developer-led infrastructure interventions. Regarding our long-term development aspirations, the age of our portfolio in Dunedin means that there is a significant number of homes that are in need of redevelopment in the near future. The redevelopment of these homes has a strong relationship with infrastructure enablement as outlined in the FDS. The FDS outlines the development aspirations of Kāinga Ora, and we have supported this be included. We're concerned that some of the timeframes, however, in the FDS for enablement is plus 30 years. This will exacerbate maintenance and renewal issues we face. We intend to continue our work with DCC and ORC to investigate opportunities to unlock the barriers to redevelopment within a shorter time frame. An example of this work is the partnership that we've been in with DCC to investigate opportunities for wastewater optimisation in Mosgiel. The Office's report considers this work and proposes no change to the FDS, stating that there may be funding implications in the LTP depending on what the solutions in the optimisation analysis proposes. We will continue to advocate for bespoke and innovative solutions such as this to enable delivery of public housing. In respect to the memorandum of Rodney Newman in response to submissions, we seek to comment on the conclusions and recommendations in that memorandum. We're aware of the requirements for housing capacity assessment under the MPSUD and agree with the conclusions he's reached that the existing housing capacity assessment achieves reporting obligations of the MPSUD. However, we just don't agree with a couple of the statements he's made. He made the statement, and I'll just read it verbatim. It is reasonable to expect that the planning framework will enable smaller lot sizes and dwellings, which could result in more affordable housing being available in the future. And then further on he goes. He considers that it is likely that the planning framework will provide sufficient capacity to meet the demands of the submarket, and that's in reference to affordable housing. These statements imply that there's no need for future plan changes to better support affordable housing. However, this conclusion contrasts with the experience of Kāinga Ora in providing public housing and enabling affordable housing. In particular, the existing district plan in the general residential zone has restricted density controls that present barriers to achieving resource consents. With non-complying activity status for density infringements, this significantly limits the redevelopment potential and renewal of housing. Similarly, affordable housing and maximisation of efficiencies could occur if there was better alignment with other district plans in the country. We consider these matters should be addressed in the implementation of the FDS. Also, Mr. Newman has not fully grasped our recommendation that the HCA needs to factor in a reduction in modelled capacity that would be associated with any potential future plan changes to protect additional heritage items. We consider it's likely within the life of this FDS that an additional plan change for heritage protection will occur. The rationale behind this assumption is that it stems from findings from the panel from the 2GP Variation 2, who recommended that a new provision be added to the district plan requiring a resource consent for pre-1940s buildings. This type of protection would significantly impact the capacity and redevelopment potential of a number of sites in Dunedin, and we feel that it could impact the capacity in the HCA. Mr. Ewan has also acknowledged that Kāinga Ora does not fully believe that Policy 5 of the MPSUD has been given effect to, and that the commensurate test has not been demonstrated through the existing upzoning of the general residential 2 medium density areas. We support his recommendation of reference to the technical report in the FDS, but remain firm on our position that the current zoning patterns and permitted densities in Dunedin do not go far enough to give effect to Policy 5 of the MPSUD. So, in conclusion, whilst we support much of the FDS, we consider that there's elements of the proposed draft FDS as well as the existing planning environment that constrain the ability to create and deliver affordable housing in well-functioning urban environments. Kāinga Ora requests a number of changes to the draft FDS. If the relief that we have put forward in our submission is adopted, it will help provide for housing choice, increased development potential, and enabling a built form that's consistent with the intent of the MPSUD. This would not only allow us to increase and improve our public housing, but also enable additional development capacity generally, ultimately delivering additional modern homes in a city in a sustainable locations close to employment, shops, services, amenities, green space, and alternative transport. Finally, we've provided in our submission a number of recommendations that we believe need to be taken into account in the implementation phase, and we're going to continue to work with Dunedin City Council and ORC to advance these.
Thank you, Ms. Neville. Do your colleagues wish to add anything at this stage? Great, thanks. We'll see if we have questions for you. We'll start at this side.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for your submission. I'm just going to jump back to your original submission rather than the speaking notes. In paragraph 39, you referenced the specified development project. I don't fully understand just the scope of that and the concept of that, and I'm not sure with your speaking notes today. You may have touched on it, but I'm not 100% sure. So could you just expand a little bit?
Yes, certainly. So the specified development project is a sort of a component from our legislation, the Urban Development Act. What this would enable is an area to have a development project put over top of it, and that could be to address a number of issues, and it takes the powers from the Public Works Act, the Reserves Act, also the Local Government Act. It can enable district plan changes, it can enable consenting. There's abilities within that process to have finance arrangements be established and special rating districts be added to areas to enable infrastructure. That's just sort of a summary of it, but those types of approaches, we haven't used any yet, but they are being investigated in the North Island for renewal of areas that are close to existing urban centres, where there's a number of older homes that are in need of redevelopment, and there is challenges with delivering infrastructure to redevelop those homes. And they're also being investigated in greenfield sites where there are major infrastructure upgrades needed to facilitate those greenfield sites being released for development. And that could be a range of transport investment, so major road upgrades to the NZTA state highway network, or it could be things in the stormwater, wastewater, three waters thing. But it is a very unique tool, and it can be cut and diced as it's needed to be.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the reminder. I suppose it's more of a challenge for us to try and work through the historic suburban homes, or don't necessarily need to be suburban, but the pre-1940 scenarios where there is some tension with the willingness to be able to develop, but also protect and enhance going forward those key values. So thank you for the challenge.
Thank you. In relation to your submission just now, on your point 3.8, you talk about out-of-sequence development. So you're talking there about, when you say out-of-sequence development, is that in terms of what, say, the DCC would currently be proposing in terms of infrastructure upgrade? Are you saying that if the policy 2 was reworded, so then there would be the potential that development could change? Is that what you're referring to infrastructure?
Yeah, and I can probably give a specific example of that. So we have a cluster of homes in Mosgiel. We are aware of a need to redevelop those homes, both from a social perspective as well as from they're older and they're not quite fit for purpose anymore. Now the funding mechanism the funding required to upgrade the wastewater in Mosgiel to fix the inflow and infiltration issues out there is probably quite a wee way in the long-term plan. What we're doing in terms of wastewater optimisation project is looking at is there ways that a quicker timeframe could be introduced to deliver a single pipe to the treatment plant there, or some sort of solution that would enable a redevelopment. And that's what I'm meaning in terms of out-of-sequence development, is where you don't quite have that alignment to the current long-term plan pipeline for infrastructure, but there could be another pathway, and the current policy wording sort of locks you into a pathway.
Thank you. Thank you for using the Mosgiel example, because you've actually, as part of that, you've answered a question that I was going to answer in respect of that. In 3.14, when you're talking about the Rodney Yeaman's his assessment of housing capacity, and you saying that from that, where he says it is reasonable to expect that the planning framework will enable smaller lot sizes and dwellings, and you're not necessarily agreeing with that. And I thought that is already enabled within the plan. So I'm just not sure what you're trying to say there.
So yes, certainly the changes that came through variation 2 to the 2GP was certainly more enabling. It provided for a substantive increase in density in the General Res 2 zone, and in the Gen Res 1 zone, it provided for some alternative options. As an organisation who's been looking at development options across our portfolio, we've found that we still are unable to feasibly redevelop our sites in the Gen Res 1 zone, that the minimum allotment size and the requirements around typology, around duplexing, are just too rigid of a framework for us to be able to deliver smaller 1 and 2 bedroom homes. And in our primary submission, we've referenced back to the demand being around that smaller unit size. Within all areas of Dunedin, there are people wanting that smaller size home. So it is in some of those General Res 1 zones as well.
Thank you. And finally, my last question is on 3.18, when you are talking about, let me just think here, we support his recommendation of reference to the technical report, but remain firm on our position that the current zoning pattern and permitted densities within Dunedin do not give effect to Policy 5. So what are you suggesting? Have you got suggested wording changes?
Yeah.
Can you turn your microphone on?
Thank you. When we were preparing our submission on the FTS, one of the things that we did was compare the policy framework in Dunedin compared to other similar territorial authorities around New Zealand, and with particular respects to, I think, height in the general residential 2 zone and also in the inner city residential 2 zone, it doesn't quite, the alignment to what the NPSUD specifies around commensurate enablement in those core areas. Certainly we believe that there could be additional plan changes in that space to give a more fulsome effect to Policy 5. So there is density enablement there, but there is still quite a lot of restriction to enable what is now coming to be known as medium density and higher density housing.
Fortunately or unfortunately, I managed to catch the news the other night, which is pretty rare for me, and saw Kāinga Ora taking centre stage there with quite a lot of discussion around funding for projects going forward and what the new world's going to look for us under the current government or even further forward. That aside though, they did focus on some passive housing or something along those lines, which made me think about the constraints that are in the Caversham Lookout Point Corsefin area with regard to the Three Waters infrastructure that's in the ground, and whether there's some opportunities through clever design to do grey water beneficial reuse, rainwater capture to actually reduce the loading on the systems that are there, enabling you to do intensive housing within those areas. Are those the sort of considerations that you might have?
Would you like me to take that one? I thought so. This is the only reason I'm sitting up here, is to answer these sorts of questions. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. Look, we do consider all of those, detention, retention, I'm not sure the name, tanks, those sorts of things to capture stormwater. As far as the sustainability options that you were talking about, we don't have any projects in pipeline here for grey water reuse, but we do consider all of those. And have been on some of our larger projects that we're talking about here. They also add an extreme cost, really over and above a normal building cost, and sometimes that makes our financial metrics then mean that project's not viable. So it's a very fine balance for us. But yes, we have, and we've got some examples definitely in Auckland, North Island, where we have done exactly that. Yeah, thank you.
Mm.
And if I can just add to that too, that is what we're looking for in that alternative pathway and policy too, and why we've asked that the officer recommendation around vesting not be adopted, because you might want to, for instance, do a neighbourhood-wide detention scheme on a site and forego part of that development. But if the moment you need to vest that, it starts impacting development metrics quite considerably. And in Christchurch, we've had examples where they've been very well incorporated within a development. It's something, however, with the engineering teams at DCC that we deal with, there is a preference against private ownership of those, and it's a tension that I do recognise.
And there's another tono or challenge there, which I think just comes from your response with regard to if some of the infrastructure isn't going to be addressed for 20 or 30 years, and Kāinga Ora is providing 3% of the housing stock in Dunedin. And I suppose if you can't find enablers, such as other technologies within your site, to deal with it, then there may not be a way of prioritising the area that's being served by the infrastructure. It may need to look wider afield. So just trying to get a feel from yourselves if there's some other way of ensuring that through the Kaingaora housing stock, that the needs of that lower socio-economic part of the community is able to be serviced?
I think this is a question for both Kerry and I. So for our public housing supply, we are currently funded for public housing growth through to June 2025. And the public housing plan that the government puts out on a regular basis, that provides for growth of those homes. When we're discussing redevelopment and renewal of the existing portfolio in Dunedin, that will need to occur irrespective of whether we're growing our portfolio or not. We will still need to make sure we're maintaining and renewing our housing to a standard that's fitting for someone to live in that home.
So if I add a little bit more context, so 100% of our 4,500 homes in Otago Southland are now healthy home standards, so we spend a great deal of money on maintaining our properties, and quite a lot in the last couple of years. We also have a program about retrofit or full renovation of existing homes that we have identified collectively that we want to keep for another 60 years. And we're currently doing 60 of those a year, I think, just in Dunedin and elsewhere. The rest, we are trying to make sure that we don't do major upgrades on properties that we feel have an opportunity in the short, medium term for redevelopment. And in that period, we would like to continue the great relationship we feel we have with DCC to try and enable those in a way that redevelopment in a way that suits both your long-term plan and our development needs. That's why I think Josh's submission is actually trying to make sure that there's space for that to happen. Yeah. Is that okay? Answer your question? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for your submission. I'm going to take two earlier points and then come over to another one. When you mentioned the protection of heritage buildings that was mentioned in variation 2, I was on that variation, and it was felt that while there were houses in that area, in those areas that were going to be intensified, there weren't going to be that many of them. It's just that there needed to be a protection for ones that were important. So I don't think that the committee at the time thought that that was going to mean significant, like so many were going to be protected that you weren't going to be able to do development in the area. And I just want to clarify too, you with the MPSUD, yes, there's definitely height and density changes in that MPS that are not captured in our district plan, because our district plan issued just a few years earlier before that came out. And you're looking for us to go back and look at the MPS and see whether or not, in fact, we should be doing plan changes that align with it, that also can achieve our objectives that we're trying to do in the district plan.
Yeah, I can touch on a couple. Yeah, so firstly with the heritage thing, whilst arguably it could only be a few sites, and I know for us we identified 125 sites that were captured that were pre-1940s that we have in the city. The margins in the HCA towards the tail end of that get a little bit tighter, and my concern there is that any reduction in capacity might impact those margins quite considerably, and that may then not meet the objectives. And that's sort of why we were pointing in the direction. We're not saying flat tack, it's definitely not going to meet the requirements of the HCA, or that there won't be that capacity. We're just drawing attention to that. For the MPSUD policy 5 type things, yes, fundamentally, within the implementation cycle of this FDS, I think it's worth that being investigated as a district plan change, and would support that.
To all go back to that 1940 date. The intention wasn't that every house before 1940 would be protected. The intention was that there could be architecturally important houses that were not covered under the current protections that are in outlying areas, because we tended to focus on the centre of the city with those housing protections. We were thinking less than 1% or less than 0.5% would be actually genuinely affected. Maybe a farmhouse that's now in the middle of a neighbourhood and that sort of thing. It's exciting to see that Kaingaroa is planning all of this development and activity in Dunedin, but under the, I guess, national government under Prime Minister Key, there was a substantial divestment, or at least less interest in developing houses, and in the Dunedin area there really wasn't much plan for building much at all back at that period of time. So I'm welcoming seeing all this coming here now, but if we turn our infrastructure spend around, can we be guaranteed that in 30 years' time you'll still have this policy of investment in building? How can we look at your objectives and aims and be confident that if we align our infrastructure to the current aims, they'll still be sitting there in 15 to 20 years' time?
First of all, thank you very much, Councillor McAnally, but I don't think we're actually just talking about our own properties. I think the submission generally is about the growth for the city. And yes, you're right, I'm a public servant, so as some of you in the room are too, we can't be held accountable, but we will deliver on whatever the policy objectives are of our government. I think our forward planning, though, will stand. Like, we've done some development work along with Council too. I think that will be as a blueprint in any case, and we do want to have planned growth in alignment with DCC's objectives.
That's good, thank you. And now I've got a question for staff, which is areas 5, 9 and 10, which are Brockville, Concord and Corstorphine. Is the reason, well, it's a Three Waters question, and it's about life or age of the infrastructure there. A lot of those areas were developed post-World War II, probably more likely in the 50s and 60s. Which still means that water infrastructure is old, but compared to some of our older water infrastructure, it's not as old. And I'm wondering if that's where the Three Waters priority is coming from in terms of order of age of asset, and whether or not we will get into that area or not. And then my other question, so that's one question for staff, and then a question for you and potentially for staff. We, as a city, have inherited a lot of private stormwater systems from the 1910s to the 1940s, and that now is going to come as a burden to us as those get to end of life. And I think that's to some extent what's driving the reluctance to leave a piece of infrastructure non-vested. But would you, because I would assume that some of your developments are quite specific, like Mosgiel is quite a good example of it. It's really it's allocated to a very specific geographic area, that one in behind Memorial Park area. Would you want the council to reconsider some of those rules, specifically when it comes to large developers like you? Well, not policies, they're not rules. Operating procedures. So specifically, if you had a particular project in mind, rather than running a pipe all the way to the treatment plant, maybe taking into account your project as it sits because of its impact.
I can field, I think, the later question. The earlier question, I think some of the Victorian infrastructure that Dunedin has is actually outstanding condition. It was built outstandingly well. The later question there, though, about would it be better if larger developers had some flexibility in that space? I think the office's recommendation in their report goes into, and I don't have that in front of me, apologies, but the office's recommendation puts in there some clauses about acceptability to DCC, and I think that probably needs to be DCC and ORC with respect to the infrastructure. I just wouldn't want to see that limited to not being able to be vested, to must require vesting. Absolutely, I think there should be a preference to vest where possible. We look to vest as much as we possibly can in the councils, where we're doing large-scale comprehensive developments around New Zealand. But yeah, I think there does need to be a control. I'm just not sure that the wording currently as it stands is in the officer's recommendation that could preclude quite a bit of development.
And I wouldn't be comfortable with saying larger developers. I'd actually say Kāinga, rather specifically your organisation, because of the fact that it provides a specific type of housing which meets the four well-beings that the council is also after. So it's not, I would not be saying larger developers, but rather specifically Kāinga.
It seems to me that from your submission and your presentation today that you have some issues with the district plan, the detailed provisions in there, which obviously isn't within our remit to address. So I'm interested in changes to the draft FDS that might arise from your submission. So I'm looking at page 4 of your presentation today. And in your paras 3.6 through to 3.9, you're addressing policies 1 and 2 in the draft FDS, which are on pages 44 and 45 of that document. So looking at your 3.7 and with respect to policy 1, I'd invite you to put pen to paper and to come up with some specific wording changes that you would like us to consider in terms of the issue that you raised there. With respect to policy 2, and you've obviously received and read the officer's recommendation report to us. So they recommend some amendments to policy 2A, and I think it's the words at the bottom of page 29 that you're concerned about, which talk about projects added through an alternative funding mechanism or accelerated delivery model must be acceptable to the DCC. So you're happy with those words so far? And I think it's these next words, and vested in DCC if required as public infrastructure. So they're the words that are of concern to you. So again, invite you to reflect on the questions that have been posed to you and put pen to paper and come up with some alternative wording for us to consider. And I won't venture to put into your minds what I think that wording might be, but I'd invite you to do that, and if you need to consult with council staff as part of that, I'm sure they'll be able to help you. And similarly with your para 3.9, where you support Somerset Group Holdings submission, and again you're suggesting, or your submission to us as policy 2 could be refined to reference developer-led infrastructure interventions. Again, have a look at what's already been recommended by the officers and get pen to paper, come up with some specific wording for us to consider. Now, to be of any use to that, ideally we'd receive that wording, or it would be provided to our hearings administrator by close of play tomorrow and close of play Monday at the latest. But it's only a couple of little things I'm asking you to look at, so I'm sure you've got the capacity to do that.
Yes.
That'd be great. But other than that, no further questions or clarification from me, but thank you very much for coming in, for your submission, your speaking notes today, and for answering our questions, and we look forward to that little bit of homework coming in.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Having listened to the korero and the discussions with regard to the last submitter, if a developer can demonstrate a net reduction on reliance on three water infrastructure whilst achieving an increase in housing density, how could this be enabled in the FDS? So initially, if a developer can demonstrate a net reduction on reliance on three water infrastructure whilst achieving an increase in housing density, how could this be enabled in the FDS? Because I'm looking at lots of the submissions and what's in there. Our biggest constraint's our infrastructure. And being someone who lives off grid from the point of view of no reticulation, I have 4 tanks and 5 filters, and generally built that over time, but it could be designed into a system, is kind of what I'm thinking, so that it would actually relieve pressure from the current infrastructure, and in which case I couldn't see why we wouldn't enable that. And
I think the staff report's fairly clear that we really we don't really want self-servicing, especially in the urban areas, which I think is a pretty clear statement. Maybe if the staff could respond to that question with where the policy sits at the moment in terms of servicing areas.
So just to the officers, there was a fairly wide-ranging question from Commissioner Langsbury. So are you clear in your mind what you've been asked to come back to us on?
yeah, good idea, mate. And really I was thinking about rainwater being captured, using that internally, and then grey water beneficial. So the water might get used 2 or 3 times before it goes into the system, rather than it not going to the system at all. If that provides you a better understanding, Jim, and whether that's kind of enabled or not.
Is it just fresh water, drinking water, or is it also wastewater? Is it all free water?
There's 3 waters infrastructure. It will be the issue across all 3 of them. So stormwater, wastewater and drinking water.
All right, so there's a bundle of issues that pop out of that question. The first one in my mind is scope. So staff would need to identify a submission that will give us scope to look at anything that you recommend. Secondly, which part of the FDS would that slot into? And thirdly, what, if any, specific wording amendments might be appropriate and within scope? All right. All right, so our next submitter is Emma Peters of submitters, Jason Cooch, Charlotte Young and Barry Murdoch. Come on up. Right, good afternoon and welcome. After you've introduced yourselves to us, we'll hear from you, but just to let you know, we've read the original submissions that you lodged and we've read the evidence that you lodged, and you may have caught up that we've agreed to waive the compliance with the time frame for the submission of the evidence on the basis that it is largely responding to the officer's recommendations to us. We've read the evidence, so you don't need to read that out loud to us because that would be a waste of time because we've read it. But you're very welcome to highlight any key points that you wish to make, and then we'll see if we have questions for you.
Thank you very much. I'm Emma Peters, a planning consultant, and I'm here on behalf of Charlotte Young and Jason Coots, as they're the owners of 50 Dukes Road North, and also Mr Barry Murdoch, who's the owners of 92 Dukes Road North. I have with me Charlotte Young as well, just one of the owners of 50 Dukes Road North. So these 2 particular bits of land, obviously the submission was for it to be included in the future development strategy as future business land. And page 106, figure 2 of the report, and it's also included in my evidence at paragraph 5, shows the land that is included in the submission. So it's the land, I suppose, if you're looking at that to the left of the purple area, that's the Tyree Airdrome. probably just the main points to do with it is that the submitters believe that the growth projections for Dunedin district are probably going to be on the high side for a while, and that they haven't allowed for enough business land in enough different locations. There's land obviously identified in the future development strategy at Burnside and Fairfield, and that land, or some of that land, has more constraints on development than the land identified in this submission. Regardless of that, they also believe that at minimum the MPSUD requires that there is variety in terms of size and site size and location, but also one of the clauses in the MPSUD allows council to say other factors that may mean that land is suitable, and we think that should also include price as well as location. You've got a range of different business activities that would go in different areas. This particular land could support, obviously, there's been other submitters that have put forward for a freight hub, and this land would support that, but it also would stand alone supporting the existing industrial area. My understanding is that, and council officers can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the land that's been identified in the FDS is going to shortly go into a variation of the plan change and be made available through that way, so therefore wouldn't count towards any long-term kind of land needs. The at least sufficient development capacity test within the MPSUD is a minimum standard, and it can't act as a cap on development and land available to be identified for future development. Including the land that the submitters have put forward in the future development strategy provides the opportunity for further investigations to take place. There's enough certainty for the landowners to do that, so that's investigations not only with respect to potential infrastructure issues, but also to begin the preparation of structure plans that provide for comprehensive development, and in this case the landowners have made it clear to me that that includes providing opportunities for biodiversity gain along these various areas that could happen within these sites. We've got mapped swale areas that would need to be kept open for stormwater flows, but in the margins of those could have that, and there's also the potential, particularly within 50 Dukes Road North, that there could be quite a swathe of screening, if you like, for Mosgiel that could go along that boundary with the, I think it's DCC owned, so ORC at that point, land that then goes into the Silver Stream. Sorry, just checking my things. So one of the things that council has kind of said is that in the FDS that there's the opportunity to, if they've got any of the calculations wrong in terms of projection of growth or land that's required, that they have the opportunity to update the FDS every 6 years. But in terms of commercial cycles, that's too long. So at the moment we've got willing landowners that are seeking for it to be included in the FDS. That may not be the case in the future. And also, once land's included in the FDS, it gives an indication to any future landowners that there's the potential for that to happen, so it doesn't come as a surprise to anybody if land does progress from the FDS into a district plan change. And probably the last point that I just want to finish on is that inclusion of land in an FDS doesn't mean that there's any agreement by council to any particular infrastructure upgrade or indeed any inclusion in any future plan change. It's just an indication that it potentially might be an area that future growth could happen if whatever issues are noted in the in the FDS, so they could be constraint issues or they could be infrastructure issues, or both can be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you for that. No, it's nice and concise. We'll see if we have any questions for you. Jim, we'll start with you.
Just clarifying the FDS time frame and renewals being every 6 years, but there's a mid-year renewal, a mid-term renewal on 3 years, correct? Just for Ms. Pearson. Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just two questions. One is when I look at the map in your figure 2, when you've got it noted there 1 and 2, which is obviously the land that is owned by the two submitters, you haven't thought about the other little now L-shaped piece of considering that that's now just kind of an odd piece that's left, that's not being proposed as part of changing the area for industrial.
Yes, so as a planner, I'd love to include that land, and that would make entire sense, but unfortunately they're not my clients and I can't make a submission on their behalf. But indeed that would be something that if this was included, then depending on what council staff say about scope, there may be the ability to include that. Otherwise it would have to go into a future development strategy.
Thank you. Just my other question was, you mentioned that this could potentially support the freight hub. So I'm just not sure how you see that, when the freight hub is, obviously they're talking about that as to be adjacent to the railway line, which is obviously, I'm not sure how far away that is. It's less than a K.
Yes, so what you tend to find with freight hubs is that you get other businesses that support things or make use of the fact that they're in close proximity to it. So that's happened in various areas around New Zealand as well as overseas. So I think it would be in that capacity. Yeah.
Thank you for your submission. MPS, highly productive land. Is there anything you'd like to share with us with regards to the two sites that are in front of us that sort of set them apart in the sense of that direction, national direction, the MPS direction, which talks about obviously trying to protect land, productive land going forward. However, there is quite a high bar to get over to justify using that land for anything else other than food production. So is there anything you want to share with us with these particular sites that set them apart?
So the MPS UD obviously does set a high bar, and there is obviously the clause 3.6, I think it is, that you have to meet in terms of it being able to move from rural zoning into industrial zoning. I suppose there's two ways to look at it. One way is you could use that as a bar for land being able to get into the FDS, or you could leave it as it's going to be a barrier for moving from the FDS into the district plan, and I think that's probably the way that I'd like to see it used. As the future development strategy is looking long term, it's looking to where Dunedin can grow to, and there shouldn't be too many artificial constraints on that, and obviously it can't move from the FDS into the district plan until all of your constraints, including meeting whatever the MPSUD ends up being, that particular clause. So that's one way. I suppose the other way is that we have two blocks of land here. One's obviously really small and the other one's larger. Even with the larger one, which is 50 Dukes Road North, there's constraints in terms of it operating as a rural productive enterprise, and particularly, which I know councils and things don't like take into account, but particularly as an economic, being viably economic. So, and Charlotte will be able to speak more to that, but I know that they have recently sat down and tried to see if they can make it work as a farm in its own rights, in terms of just ORC rates, DCC rates, insurance, and ongoing maintenance costs, and they can't make it work. So both Charlotte and Jason and have always worked off farm as well as on farm. Mr. Murdoch's block is very small. I mean, it has half a dozen sheep, I think, something like that. Still highly productive land. Yeah, and I think the issue is that it's really hard, probably not so much in Dunedin. Dunedin, we've got on the Tauri, most of the Tauri is highly productive land, and at this stage where Dunedin's growth is at, the cumulative impacts of losing little bits here and there for industrial or residential hasn't reached the threshold that other areas such as Auckland around, even Christchurch to an extent have reached. And I think we're probably, the balance, if we can make it work, the balance needs to come in favour of development, because that's what Dunedin needs. Dunedin actually needs to not stagnate and actually needs to grow a bit. But I'm completely cognisant of the fact that there has to be, at some point, you've got to have the reckoning of the MPS HPL.
So the business demand and capacity assessment report prepared by the council identified a short-term deficiency in the availability of industrial land, which short-term being, as you know, 1 to 3 years. So I'm interested in sort of the development aspirations and development timeline for the land that's been put in front of us today. So what are the landowners' aspirations in terms of development timeframe?
Yeah, so the smaller block of land that's at 92 Jukes Road North is probably on a medium term, shorter to medium term within the next 10 years, and that's simply because of the age of the client. And then the Charlotte and Jason's piece of land at 50 Jukes Road is more longer term. They're currently using it for their own purposes, and they in particular really want to make sure that there's a comprehensive structure plan done. So there needs to be quite a few investigations, particularly into stormwater management, and they're wanting to put in the indigenous vegetation and that kind of thing.
Right.
Potential recreation opportunities too.
So when you say longer term, is that the 10 to 30 year time frame?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And if this was indicated in the FDS as potential future industrial land, I'm not quite sure of the proper wording for that, then obviously there'd need to be plan changes and a whole lot of work go on before that. Which would gel with the timeframes that you've discussed.
Yeah. And even before the plan change, there needs to be, it provides certainty. I think that's the brilliant thing about the future development strategy, if it's utilised in this way, is it actually provides some certainty for landowners to go forward, and that there's a chance so they can invest some money in terms of doing the investigations that need to be done, and communicating with council on whatever infrastructure constraints there are. Tying this, there's actually the land going down Jukes Road North has there's encumbrances on titles that provide for the widening of that road, and presumably at some point that's going to happen from an infrastructure transportation perspective to service that industrial area. I know the bypass, heavy truck bypass is an issue for Mosgiel and the Tauri, but at some stage it will need to be resolved.
All right, thank you. And Jim, did you indicate a further question?
Oh, it's just Ms. Peters' word certainty there, and whether or not we make a decision at the FTS or whether it's done later on with plan change. Are you implying that if we make a decision here that we are already starting to go towards that direction?
No, that's not what I'm implying at all. What I'm implying is that at the moment for landowners to begin the investigations, particularly with the MPS HPL, it's, people like myself will just basically say it's not a good idea, it's too uncertain. Whereas if they're included in the FDS, there's a chance if they can, if they can get all the ducks in the row and the infrastructure side of it works out, which is completely under council's control, and if council decides that it can pass through the gateway to a district plan change. So it's not, it just allows people to, when I say certainty, it gives them some comfort that they can begin those investigations where there is the potential, some real potential if everything aligns for them to be able to go through to a district plan change. But obviously the district plan change, the gateway through to that, is controlled by council.
More talking to the National Policy Statement on highly productive land. If that was bottom lines, we will have to consider it, I think, rather than say wait is incumbent on us to not give a signal if we don't believe that it could go to the next step.
Yes, except that in the recommendation report, the officers noted that this land would be, as you know, suitable for consideration, particularly once more demand comes. So whenever that demand comes, all I'm saying is that at some point there will be demand, and if it can be included now, that would be good in terms of having willing landowners that are prepared to actually put some money towards beginning the investigations, understanding that it could be 10 plus years before it even made its way to the district plan change. Yeah.
Sorry, can I ask a question of clarification through you? Yes. Thank you. In the statement of evidence, paragraph 20, and then subclause 2, Ms. Peters, you say that this land, or the land rather that we identified in the FDS at Burnside and Fairfield, is subject to more constraints on development than this land. Could you just elaborate what constraints on that land are more significant than the constraints on this land?
So my understanding with that land is that it has it's not all entirely flat, whereas this is flat land. So in terms of your industrial developments, that's one of your biggest constraints in terms of cost of building, and you've got large buildings, so you have to, if you've got any kind of steepness or change in elevation, you've got large earthworks and more engineering in terms of foundations and that kind of thing, and access is a little bit harder. So those sites, steeper sites, tend to be, or where there's not even steeper but just a bit more slope, they tend to be more suitable for smaller scale businesses where the sheds and the footprint doesn't need to be as large. Whereas these bigger sites that are flat, although they can cater just as well for the smaller things, they do tend to get the larger buildings on them because it's more economic to build in those positions. And that's, so that's one of the constraints. And my understanding was that, although I'd need to double check, that there was slightly more hail considerations for some of those Burnside and Fairfield ones than what there are.
And just for the benefit of everyone listening, hail doesn't mean what falls from the sky, it's a contaminated land issue.
Thank you very much for explaining the jargon.
I think that's the end of our questions. Thanks very much for lodging the submissions, your evidence, and for coming in this afternoon to answer our questions.
Thank you very much.
Right, so now that was the last submitter for the day, so we're now adjourned until 9:30 in the morning when we're going to hear from the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust.
Can we, just before we adjourn?
Yes.
There was two matters that I raised today with questioning of submitters, and I just wanted to make sure that staff are fully aware of what I was trying to say at the time. The first one is the universal design. Chris Ford offered the template or what Auckland Council use for universal design, so it'd be good to cite that, please. The second one is to do with the heavy traffic bypass, Mosgiel Community Board submission. So what I was referring to when I was questioning or made a comment about asking staff, transport staff, was I would be looking for information that it's probably more recent traffic counts of heavy traffic in and around the main arterial routes. No, it's not the right word. The main roading network in and around Mosgiel, so in other words Gordon Road, Riccarton Road in particular, and understanding the counts coming in from the southeastern end and the northwestern end, for example, and what trends there have been in the last whatever period of time. We can go back and we've got data, existing data that can be shared.
And do you want Dukes Road North?
And Dukes Road North, yes. Yep.
Does that give you destination?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Jim, may I also add to that, whether it's containers or logs would be another question. And I know they won't actually have the answers to that, but at least that's what we'd like to find out eventually, whatever they have. What type of heavy vehicle is being used, because it relates to where we think it may have come from, and where it's planning on going.
be clear, we're not asking for a feasibility study at this point.
So just to the officers, we're obviously giving you quite a lot of homework to do, and some of our requests are more complex than others. At this stage, you're scheduled to report back to us next Wednesday afternoon. If, however, once you start pulling together the answers or the information we've asked for, if it becomes clear to you that that's not an achievable time frame, then you shouldn't be afraid to let us know that, and we can reschedule your end of hearing report and reschedule our deliberations if necessary. I'd rather you took the time to do a good job rather than rush something and sort of give us an end of hearing report that's not as good as it could be.
Mr. Chair, may I just say something? I expect that on Monday we'll have even more transport questions relative to the heavy trade movement around there. So, yeah.
All right, so that's it till tomorrow.